I am gross and perverted. I'm obsessed and deranged. I have existed for years, but very little has changed. I'm the tool of the government and industry too, for I am destined to rule and regulate you. I may be vile and pernicious, but you can't look away. I make you think I'm delicious with the stuff that I say. I'm the best you can get. Have you guessed me yet? I'm the slime oozing out from your TV set.
Little baby, while I feed you, and eat the garbage that I feed you. Until the day that we don't need you, don't for help, no one will heed you. Your mind is totally controlled. It has been stuffed into my mold, and you will do as you are told until the rights to you are sold.
That's right, folks. Don't touch that dial.
Well, I am the slime on the video, moving along on the living room floor. Well, I am the slime on the video, can't stop the slime and people look at me go. Well, I am the slime from the video, moving along on the living room floor. Well, I am the slime from the video, can't stop the slime and people look at me go.
Good night, folks. This has been Anderson Pooper Scooper reporting.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to another live with Nachiketa. And today we have Jason Lindgren. And I think it's going to be the battle of the hairs today, a little bit. So welcome to the show, Jason. Good to have you here.
Hello, my friend. Great to be here with you.
Well, maybe the first question that everybody really wants to know is how long is your hair, actually, Jason? Let's compare. Who
Let's
has?
see.
I think you got a bit of a longer hair than I do. It's pretty close. It's pretty close, guys.
I think
It's
we are
pretty close.
I just had about 2 inches
Yeah.
trimmed off because I hadn't had it cut in ages. So just trying to keep it healthy.
All right. So let's start from the very beginning, and we want to get to know Jason a little bit better. I don't really know a whole lot about Jason's history, so Jason, why don't you take us back to your earlier years, as far as back as you can remember, where you're from, and what your environment was like growing up and such. So take us there, Jason.
Well, I'm originally from northeastern Pennsylvania. I was born and raised in a little town called Kingston in the Wamming Valley. If anybody's familiar with that, it's the place that you will have heard of is Scranton. There's 3 cities in that area: Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, and Hazleton. And Scranton got well known because of The Office. So even though they didn't shoot it there, but that's where I'm originally from and spent most of my life, although I did travel a bit around the country. I had, and I guess, an okay upbringing. My parents got divorced when I was very young, but my dad was around for a bit. I did have a right shithead of a stepfather for a little while who was a rampaging alcoholic. But other than that, it was pretty standard fare. My maternal grandparents were around all the time. They lived right a couple houses down from us. So I spent a lot of time with them growing up because my mom worked. So that's the boring part.
Well, but okay. So when did they divorce, if you don't mind me asking? Like, how
When I was
old were you? And do you have any siblings? Do you have a brother or sister?
I have an older brother who is my full brother, and then I also have a half brother who's a couple years younger than me from my father's second marriage, and that's it as far as biological siblings.
And did your mother like marry right away after she divorced? Like when did the stepfather come
Yeah,
into your life?
yeah. So my mother, my father, and my stepfather all went to high school together. So my stepfather was the other guy. He was kind of the guy who was pining for my mother, but she ended up going with my father. And when whatever happened there, my mother's never been totally honest with me about it. He was right there, and he had already been married and had 2 kids as well. So it just kind of happened. But they were rivals, my father and my stepfather. So funny enough, but that didn't last very long because he was a rampaging alcoholic, and within a few years, he had an aneurysm, which is a blood vessel bursting in your brain. If anybody doesn't know what that is, and he went into a coma for, I forget now, 8 months, 10 months, something like that. But when he came out, he wasn't really the same person anymore. He lost a lot of his memory. His sense of time was way off. And my mom was able to get rid of him legally after that because, I mean, he did it to himself. And he was mildly abusive to her, more verbally than anything. But there were definitely some things that weren't the best situation during his drunken rampages. So that was about the worst thing I could tell you about my childhood. And otherwise, it was pretty mundane stuff.
Okay, well, let me just ask a little bit more into that. Like, how did your parents meet? I mean, like, obviously they went to same high school
Mhm.
together, and they married right out of high school, like right off the bat
Oh yeah,
when they were young,
18.
or what?
Yeah, my dad joined the Navy,
Wow.
and they were married at 18. And let me think. My brother's 5.5 years older than me, so it took a few years for them to have children. In 1972, my mother was carrying me for 2 weeks when this horrible hurricane called Agnes hit the Wyoming Valley, well, hit New York and all lots of parts of Pennsylvania, and the entire area was flooded. So the house that they had just bought, the one that I grew up in, that my mom still lives at, was flooded. Everything in that area was flooded. Like she's actually got the original book. It's got a red cover. I used to look at it all the time because so much stuff was underwater. It was unbelievable. So it broke her heart that they just bought this house and now they had to do all this repair work and all that kind of stuff. And she couldn't figure out why she was so sick during the whole flood incident. And lo and behold, she found out a little while later that it's because she was pregnant with me.
Okay, so but unfortunately, the marriage didn't. But your father wasn't. Your biological father wasn't alcoholic or anything, and it just didn't work out between them, I guess, huh?
Well, I found a letter years later, like I think I was in my mid-teens, that my mother had buried in a drawer. I don't even remember how I found it, to be honest with you. I was looking for something and I came across stuff. And apparently, one of my father's coworkers wrote my mother a letter saying that he was cheating on her with a red-haired woman, going to lunch with her all the time. Turns out, because I asked my Nana about it, and she said, that's his mother. And I knew this too because he said, you know that Granny always kept her hair dyed red, and she was very much the kind of person she was a very hip kind of lady. She like constantly smoked cigarettes and she always wore the latest fashions, and she always kept her hair dyed red, like her natural red, when she was just like it was when she was younger. So that's who he was having. My mother, or excuse me, my father and his mother were very close, so they spent a lot of time together, and that's who he was having lunch with apparently. And my mother didn't believe it, and that was that. That's what my grandparents confirmed to me. So
That's very strange. I mean, it would be something that I would think easily confirmed. Like if whom
well,
he is
that's what she
having
said.
lunch.
Yeah, that's what my Nana
What's
said.
that?
She's like, she couldn't believe it. And they all really liked my father. Like my dad was he's passed away now, but he's a very nice, mellow guy. The only thing I can say about my father that's actually quite interesting is that he was a 32nd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite.
Oh boy, I bet you. Okay, well, obviously that's going to take us into another direction. But can you tell us a little bit about your family history? Like not the Freemason part. Well, I'll probably ask some questions about that. But where did they come from? Do you know anything about this? Are they from Europe? Did they immigrated to America?
I
What
only know
happened with
some
them?
of it. I only know some stuff. My father, his biological father, was supposed to have been an Italian man, but my last name Lindgren was not my original. Would not have been my name. It was his stepfather's name was Lindgren, so he adopted my father and his, I guess, half brother, my uncle David, who actually is still alive. He's very elderly. When their mother remarried, so she when they remarried, he legally adopted my father. So he went from whatever he was on his birth certificate, which I did try to track down out of curiosity, but I couldn't find records on him. So I know he was Italian. That's what I was told. And I really couldn't find out much else. So on my father's side, I'm Welsh and Italian. And then on my mother's side, I'm a bit more of a mix. I am Polish, Welsh, and Cherokee.
Wow, a true American, I would say, with that kind of a mix,
Right.
right? And where does the name Lindgren come from? Have you
It's
ever
Swedish.
chased that down?
It's Swedish.
British,
I've even seen the family crest. Yeah.
Swedish,
Mhm.
Okay,
Yep. So a
nice.
lot of people make
Okay,
assumptions
so
about
but
me when they hear my last name, and it's like I don't have a drop of Swedish blood in me that I'm aware of.
well, you never know. Maybe somewhere in your ancestry, somebody was Swedish. Who
I
knows,
did
right?
track some stuff back. I was playing around on, was it Ancestry? One of those. I think it was Ancestry. And there's Pennsylvania Dutch on one side, which is actually originally German. So there was one name, one side of that little tree. I kept finding records going back, because when you get to Europe, there's a lot more records than there are in the United States, because the United States isn't that old in the scheme of things. So I was able to track back, but it's like these names meant nothing to me because it was too far back, and it didn't mean anything other than like, okay, so all these, just like with all of us, all these various people had to do all these various things and all these variables to come together to make who we are coming out today. So it was interesting, but I was trying to see if I could find anything on the Polish side, because my maternal grandfather, his parents were off the boat. They were immigrants. So that would be my great grandparents, who I never knew. On that side, they emigrated. So that would have been like very early 20th century. So
From where
pre-World,
again?
from Poland.
Okay, Poland. Okay, so way back. Yeah. Okay. And your father being Freemason, did you know all your life that your father was a Freemason, or did you find out later?
So I always saw the ring that he wore, which I have now. That was the one thing I asked for when he passed away, was to have his ring that he always wore. And it's like I saw it, but didn't really, I mean, who knows about that stuff when you're 10 or whatever, you know? So when I started getting into all this stuff decades later, I did ask my father some questions, but if anybody knows anything about Freemasonry, since I am not a Freemason, I am not sworn to the same blood oaths, and I do not have their obligations. They have to lie to you. If you start asking questions, they are obligated to lie to you, because you are not sworn to their same blood oaths. So my dad didn't really want to lie to me when I started asking him things, and he changed the subject on me multiple times. But I'd say, so Dad, am I one of the profane, is what I threw at him, because I knew their lingo by then. I didn't know as much as I know now, but I did know at that time. This is 20 years ago, maybe. I started asking him stuff. And he said, well, son, and he just kind of shifted the subject. He did it to me 3 times. And I finally stopped, and I was like, well, look, my father's a very sweet old man, and he just doesn't want to lie to his son. So he's changing the subject so he doesn't talk about things. This is what I assumed, because the way he did it, and the fact that he wasn't rude, and he didn't not answer me. He non-answered me. You know what I mean? So he shifted that. After the 3rd time, I just gave up. Okay, he's not going to talk to me about this. But it made sense that every time growing up, now that I knew things about Freemasons, that every time something would happen, or like a circumstance, things always seemed to work out for him. Like there was always if something happened to a job, there's always a job he could get right into, and into management, like decent positions, not entry level. So now that I know all this stuff about Freemasonry, it's like, well, you do get a fair deal. You do get a square deal when you're a Freemason and you go to a brother Freemason and be like, hey, I need a job. And they're like, oh, well, I got one down the auto parts store for you. You want to be the manager of CK Auto in Music, Pennsylvania? Which is one of the jobs my dad had when I was very young. It's like, oh, he just happened to get the position of a manager.
Well, yeah, and I guess that's the one of the perks of being a Freemason is that you do have some connections within the Brotherhood. But which section was he a part of? Like, what's the right terminology? But was he a Yorkshire, and what's the other one called?
Scottish Rite. So the
Yes,
quick
Scottish
version on
Rite,
that
right?
is when you join Freemasonry, there's 3 levels. There's entered apprentice, journeyman, and master mason, which is the 3rd level. Once you get your master mason, a lot of people stop right there. You are a full Freemason at that point, and you are as high as you can go in your mother lodge or your blue lodge. But if you're interested, you can go further. And there's two main branches. I think there's others, but I never really looked into them all that much. There's the York Rite, and then there's the Scottish Rite. The York Rite only has 9 degrees. I'm forgetting now. But anyway, the Scottish Rite has 32, and that's what my father had gotten up to. He went all the way, and he got up to the 32nd. And the 33rd is an honorary degree. People like Buzz Aldrin, and like you have to be asked to get that honorary 33rd degree. And there are rumors that there's stuff past that, but no one's talking because at that point you're really bought into the program, and loose lips sink ships, as it were.
Okay, well, that's really interesting, and like, yeah, we know that lot of the astronauts, if not all of them, are part of the Freemasonry group, and I have always kind of wondered about how, like, I thought there was some kind of like, you had to have the right genetics, or it's like your father, your forefathers or whatnot had to be a part of the masonry to get to the very top. But in your father's case, maybe that, I mean, he got up to the 32nd degree, but in order to go further, I guess somebody would like just have to ask him, hey, you want to go further or something like this. Is that what's going on?
The way I understand it, not that I would know personally, because again, I'm not a Freemason, even though a couple people over the years have accused me of it. Well, I'm not. So, but it's like an honorary thing where you get asked to come up to the 33rd degree, and it's in Washington. You can actually look it up. You can look up the temple. I think they headhunt, and at that point they're looking for people who are influential. So I don't think my dad, who was living in this little town called Valrico, Florida, for the last several decades of his life and didn't really do very much except sell baseball cards. I don't think my dad was very influential, and I doubt very much he would have ever been asked to be brought up in the structure, whatever it is. Now, usually when you see like the 33rd degree people, it's like I said, Buzz Aldrin's a great example, but you can look it up. There's lists out there. You'll see that a lot of people that are celebrity-ish kind of people, they get brought into that, and business people, like all that kind of politicians, all that kind of stuff. There was a guy during the Apollo era named, I think his name was Kleinknecht. I think I'm pronouncing that right. He was the head. He wasn't the head of NASA. He was the head of like something with the Apollo program. It was like the engineering division. Like it was a very big position. It wasn't the overall head of everything, but he was 33rd degree Mason. He was the head. He was actually the head of the 33rd degree lodge in Washington, D.C. And so again, you can always see, I'm not one of those people who thinks Freemasons run everything, but you will see often that the higher up ranks seem to have some pretty damned high positions in society. And that guy is a great example of it.
Okay, well, I think we'll probably get back into this discussion later on, but I want to know a little bit more about your adolescent life. So, like, you're growing up in Pennsylvania still, and you find out, like, probably later, you found out later that your father was a Freemason, but your parents are divorced, and you have a stepfather, and he had like some kind of stroke, I guess, aneurysm, as you mentioned,
Aneurysm,
and
yep.
yeah, and then they ended up divorcing. Did your mother remarry again afterwards? Did she?
No, I don't
No,
think
she
she ever even
just.
went on dates after that. She said she was pretty much happy to be alone at that point. I guess my mom's not very open emotionally. She's a very nice person, but she doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. She's never been on a plane. She refuses to get on planes. She doesn't really like going anywhere. Uh, the couple places she has gone is because my brother drove and she was just a passenger. So like she just has a very simple, quiet life, and she's quite happy with that. And that's what she still works at a TV and appliance store that she's worked at for 40 plus years now. And it's a family owned thing, and she's been one of the main people who works in the office there for a very long time. And yeah, that's my mom. She's a very nice person, but she's just kind of just a simple person, I guess you would say. Just she doesn't want a lot, doesn't need a lot, and that's it.
What about what about elementary, middle school, high school? Like any notable events during that time? You want to just take us through? Like just take your time, whatever that comes up to your mind.
So when I was 4, my mother noticed, well, she noticed earlier that I was asking a lot of questions and I was just absorbing knowledge. She took me to have an IQ test, and apparently I scored rather well, and they wanted to put me in advanced classes. And she didn't want to do that because the elementary school I would be attending was right around the corner, like one street down, one street over from our house. So she sent me there for kindergarten and first grade, and it became apparent that I couldn't be there. I was bored. I was finishing everything, and I was just going and talking to the teacher. I actually remember this. My memory is pretty good for going back in time. I can remember things all the way back to like 3-ish. And I do remember doing this. I remember asking a lot of questions. I would take my own books. I had like Star Wars books and things I would take with me, and I'd finish the work, and then I'd start looking through that. And they never bothered me. And my teacher was very nice, and I would just go talk to her sometimes. But I do remember them having this conversation with my mother. It's like, yeah, your son needs to be challenged. Like, this is nothing for him. So they ended up moving me to the Chester Street Elementary is the name of it. It's they don't skip grades in the system. At least they didn't back then. I don't know how things are now, but they do challenge the kids more. So I was sent there for second grade onward, and that was much better for me. I remember going over and meeting the teacher, and she was very nice. And I was always big into astronomy, and they had like a lot of astronomy stuff around. So that was something that took my interest real quick. And that was it. And then the elementary, and then there was a middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and then high school, 9th through 12th. But because of the advanced classes, I was kind of like a year ahead anyway, as far as what the subject matters were. It was a year in advance. So like I started algebra and a language, which I chose Spanish, in 8th grade. Whereas like if you were in the regular system, you started in 9th grade. So I was a year ahead as far as those kinds of things.
Okay. Like, was school interesting to you? Did you enjoy school? I mean,
No,
no.
I'm one of those people who I'm assuming I'm reasonably intelligent, but I had no interest in I did not apply myself. I mean, I did okay grade wise. It's not like I flunked out or anything, but it's like I was very much I was an above average student, but I wasn't like straight A's and top of the whatever the lists are called. Like I've always, just like I am now, I'm very much like my own person. I do not want to be part of anything. Like I just want to do my own thing and focus on my own interests. And I've been like that all my life. All my life. Now, when you're younger, you kind of go along to get along. Like you're like being around kids and things like that. But like once I started growing up, especially getting into high school, that's when that rebellious thing got into me. And it's just like, I don't want anything to do with any of this crap. Like I don't like being here.
Yeah. So, like, would you consider yourself like an introvert? Have you ever taken like those personality tests?
I
Like, do you
have,
even believe in them?
eh, I mean, they seem to have some accuracy. Ask Rose if she's watching. I don't have the chat up, so she knows what I am. That those 4 letters, she knows. And I think I remember her saying that it fit my personality type. I don't remember. I took it once, told her what it was, and then I just kind of forgot about that stuff. There just seem to be like there seems to be something to it. Like it's fairly accurate, but
Rose is saying that you are ENTJ.
okay, believe her.
Well, that's kind of strange because I thought the Rose herself was an ENTJ as well. Maybe I'm mistaken if I remember correctly. I thought Rose was also ENTJ, so you guys might have the same personality type. ENTJ is saying you are an extrovert, so you get oh no, okay. She's saying that she's an ENFJ. Okay, so you guys have the F and the T different from each other. So you are an ENTJ and Rose is an ENFJ.
I
All
wouldn't
right.
think I would ever consider myself an introvert because even in high school, I was already getting into music and like I've never had a problem being in front of crowds and speaking like so that that never bothered me. It's more the fact that I'm picky about who I like to be around and what I like to deal with. So, but as far as like me getting up and actually dealing with stuff, like I remember the first time I ever played a show when I was 19 in the little metal cover band I was in, like it didn't phase me. It was fine.
When did you start playing music, and like what instruments did you first pick up? And I guess guitar is one of them, and some other instruments.
I played piano a little bit when I was very young, probably like 8-ish, but it didn't last very long. And I didn't pick up guitar until I got to be 17. So I started late on that. But then once I got into it, I got into it. And I played it a lot, much to the annoyance of my friends who weren't into music.
And what about the rebellious years that you were talking about? Did you get involved with a gang or a group or drugs?
Nothing.
I mean, you don't have to talk about anything you don't want to, but just out of curiosity.
No, I was never into drugs. I was a nerd, still am. I hung out with gamers like tabletop, like Dungeons and Dragons kind of stuff. Although that's not one of my favorite games, but we played a lot of stuff like that when I was younger. Marvel superheroes. I used to run a campaign for that when I was a teenager, and I was into that stuff. As I was getting into music, I was still into all that stuff with my intelligent nerdy friends, and then that part has always kind of stuck around in me. But as I got older, I got more and more into music.
Yeah, that's awesome. When I was in middle school, I was very much into Dungeons and Dragons, and I was often the dungeon master. And then I would draw maps and scenarios, and I had the handbook, and you have the monster guide
Mhm.
as well. I had like 20 books about Dungeons and Dragons, and like all the dice. You have the 100-sided dice,
Mhm.
and the 20-sided, 8-sided, 4-sided, depending on what you're rolling for. You have to. I made character sheets, where it's like all really nicely laid out, where you put your charisma and strength and dexterity.
Yeah,
A bit
that's
of a
what I
nerd, I guess.
that yeah, totally nerdy. That was what I was introduced to, and then, the group of friends I hung out with the most, they started getting into a game called MERP, which stood for Middle Earth Role Playing, so it was Tolkien-based as opposed to Dungeons& and Dragons, which kinda just ripped off Tolkien stuff and changed the names a little bit, because they got their asses sued up for using the same names. So, we were playing that for years, and I don't know. They there were other games like throughout the 80s is when those games kind of blew up. So a lot of stuff was coming out. Marvel Superheroes was a big one that I really liked. I used to run that campaign, and that was fun making heroes and villains and things like that. I liked that. That was a lot of fun. I always think back
That's
and like,
awesome.
how did I do that? How did I make up these adventures, and what were my stories like? Because as an adult, I'd probably look back and be like, "Oh, those kind of sucked."
Well, you got to start somewhere, right? And I mean, I enjoyed some adventure books, and I was borrowing a lot of materials out of these adventure books to try to create the campaigns that I was a part of, we would just spend the nights just talking about like which monsters that you're going to encounter, which town you're in, and what kind of situation that's happening. Usually there's some kind of a problem there with goblins or one-eyed monsters like Cyclops or something, and then we got to figure it out. So trying to make a story and make everything fit into each other is part of the game, I guess. Right?
Yep. Yeah, one of my friends that I grew up with, his name's Sean Falchetti. He was like the best of the best of all the people I played with. He was the best at creating storylines and running it. And it's not what he does for a living, but he started writing a lot, and he was really good. And he now publishes books as S.D. Falchetti, science fiction stuff. So he actually took that and ran with it. I think he's like an engineer for I don't know who he works for now, but yeah, it's cool. He actually applied all the stuff that we used to enjoy playing with him that he ran for us. He took it and applied it into his adult life.
Well, that's great. That's a success story if there is one. But let's continue. Let us continue with your high school. So you were in a band. You started playing guitar quite late, like 17, and
Mhm.
but you were kind of like really into it. And then a couple years later, that you found yourself into a band in the band. What about the university? Like high school, I imagine you finished when you were like 17, I guess, because you were ahead
18
a
because of
year
where my
ahead.
birthday
Okay,
falls.
18.
Yep.
Okay.
My birthday's in March, so it fell early. So I was 18 when I graduated in June of that year. And then I went to Wilkes University for a year and then started my second year, and I hated that and just didn't want to go any further. So around that time, I was playing with another friend of mine who I got to start playing guitar when we were still in high school. So we were trying to put something together, and we were looking for other people. And we did that. We got a cover band together of playing like metal songs. And our first show was when I was like 19. Didn't last very long. It was typical kids don't know their ass from a hole in the ground kind of a thing. We kicked out the singer, who ended up committing suicide a couple months later out of the blue, actually. And then that whole thing
Holy
fell
cow.
apart. Yeah, that was a very weird situation. He really nice guy looking back as much as I can remember. I mean, he was 18 when he did it. He was hanging out with another mutual friend of ours, and for whatever reason, he was showing him his dad. They were at his house. He was showing the other guy, the other friend, all his dad's guns. His dad collected weapons. And they said, "Oh, I got one more to show you." And took him upstairs to the bedroom, showed him his dad's actual personal firearm for protection for the house. Wasn't like part of the collection. It was, this is just the gun in my room in case of a break-in kind of a thing. And apparently he put the gun to his head, turned around, put to his back to our other friend, and pulled the trigger. Blew his brains all over the wall.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like
Wow.
nobody,
That's
like
crazy.
didn't act depressed, didn't give any sign. There was no note. Like it was the most bizarre thing. Like not to this day, we don't know why he did that. Really screwed up our other friend who obviously witnessed someone blowing their brains out. And yeah, very sad.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, like, like he didn't suspect anything because, like, just seemed like whatever, just I mean, like we didn't have guns, but my friends all had guns. They were hunters. Like I grew up in Wisconsin, so a lot of people hunted.
Mhm.
And then but like and then there are accidents, of course, happen in every place here and there. But like something like that, I mean, that's going to mess up your life to witness something like that, I would
It did.
imagine. I mean,
It
that's something
mangled.
very traumatic.
Yeah, it mangled the other guys. His name's Jimmy, Jim, James, whatever. I always called him Jimmy, but he used to say James. But it mangled James's life. He just. I don't mean this in a mean way, but he basically was a loser for decades. Like he couldn't get his shit together, and I mean, no one thinks he did anything, that he was involved with it. He was questioned by the police, obviously, because he was there. But no, they let him go. Like I saw him shortly there afterwards once they got his statement down at the state, whatever they actually do in real life. That's not like stupid TV shows. They questioned him. Absolutely didn't think he had anything to do with it, and they let him go. And then met us down the mall where we all hung out and telling us all about this. And we were just like, "What the hell, man?" So yeah, but yeah, it screwed his life up big time. He finally got things turned around where he went back to school and got a degree, and he works as a counselor now. But I mean, that took a very, very long time. So it's sad. It's sad because one life ended, and another one was just tortured.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that he went into counseling because I mean, like, it's like something that he probably had a struggle with and overcame, and then because he was able to overcome that, that he is in a position where he can counsel other people. Maybe.
That's what I always assumed. He definitely dealt with the system as a as you might call it all his life after that. So he did try and go in the military, and he failed out of that. He went to the Air Force. Now wait a second, I'm forgetting which way did this happen. No, he went in the Air Force first and failed out of that, and then this incident happened. So yeah, he just kind of
Okay.
wasn't the most together person to begin with. So It's sad.
So yeah, it is very tragic indeed, and I mean, you guys like basically that was the singer who
Who killed
committed
himself?
suicide, and then but he right
The one who
and
killed himself was the
of your
singer.
band, yeah, yeah, and so like, but he was kicked out of the band couple months prior to that event. Do you think that had anything to do with it?
We wondered. Uh, we don't know because he was starting to date this really cute blonde girl, and everything seemed fine there. And yeah, we don't know. I mean, we were all still friends and still hung out together, so it was hard to say. And he was a senior in high school, and we were all a year or two older. Forget now, something like that, year or two older. And yeah, he didn't even finish high school because of this incident. So we don't know. We really don't know.
Okay.
And from
Yeah, yeah.
there, I didn't want to be in it. I noticed very early on, and I'm still like this now. I don't like being in cover bands. I don't like doing it, but I don't mind jamming out some songs that are fun. But like where you learn hours of material like a jukebox and you go and play it for people, that's never appealed to me. I've always liked coming up with my own stuff. So
But the singer wanted to do cover bands, and that's why there was a bit of a disagreement, I suppose.
well, we all did. And none of us were songwriters or anything like that. Like, this is still very early on for all of us. Like none of us were playing more than like, I don't know, 2-3 years at the most. So we were all extremely mediocre, and I'd probably laugh if I heard how bad I played. If I heard it now, I'd probably laugh, but there's no records of any of that stuff. There's a tape, a VHS tape that maybe someone has, but I don't. But yeah, it was just I then you have to agree with other people on what songs they like, and it's just kind of like nah. So not my cup of tea. The next thing I did after that is I put together an original metal band, not like super heavy, like kind of Iron Maiden-y ish, about that medium. I don't know what you call that. Terms have changed over the years. Back then, it would be called heavy metal. Today, it's barely more than hard rock because everything got so extreme throughout the 80s and 90s. So the terminology started shifting. But we had a singer who was kind of had that operatic, like Bruce Dickinson-y kind of voice. He wasn't anywhere near as good, but because he unfortunately was also an alcoholic. And he was really good some days and really shitty on other days. And I put this band together, and I'm the one who started writing all the songs. And then the singer had lyrics, so we were kind of doing that together. Then the other guitar player I brought in, I didn't realize the kinds of things I know now, like how he was extremely mediocre, as like he liked to play really fast, and his timing, we came to find out, like when you start growing and maturing as you're learning your instrument, and we all realize this guy can't play worth a shit. His timing is like he can't even count properly. So yeah, that didn't work either. But his big thing is he just wanted to go, it was all nonsense. It was all chromatic. He didn't know the difference between what key you were in and all that kind of stuff. So you learn a lot when you're doing all that stuff, as long as you keep applying yourself.
What was the name of this band, this second band that you were a part of?
It had two names. It was Abandoned Witch was one of them, and the other one was Shattered Faith. And I don't remember anymore which order they were in. I think we used one, changed it, didn't like it, went back. But you're talking 30 years ago now, so I could be getting that backwards. I don't remember. It didn't last all that long, like maybe, I don't know, 2 years at the most. I noticed, like with every band I'd been in back in those early days, that people just don't want to apply themselves, and I'd always be having to take the leadership role and get everybody together and get everyone to come to practice. And okay, we need to do that. Like and I didn't really know what I was doing either, but I had the drive to at least try and keep everyone's heads out of their butts and just, all right, we got to do, like, okay, we're going to practice here, here, and here. So we all need to be here. And I would pick people up because I had a car. It was like, it amazes me to this day. I said this to a friend of mine that I've played on and off with for many years. It's like, it's surprising that any bands ever make it ever, because to get a group of people together who actually will stay serious and dedicated is really hard. It's really hard.
How many members were in this band?
Five.
You had a drummer and two guitarists and
Two
a
guitars.
singer
Yep, me.
and a bass player.
Yep. So it was singer. It was like the classic Iron Maiden kind of lineup. It was a singer who just sang, two guitarists. I was one of them, and I was the main songwriter for the most part. The other guitarist, and then a bass player who switched out once. Had one guy, got a different one. The other one came back. Just personality conflicts, and then a drummer. And then that drummer, he was a really nice guy too, but he was also an alcoholic. He was a couple years older than us, and practices would always degenerate into him getting plastered beyond all belief. And the more drunk he got, couldn't keep him focused. His timing would go out the window. Because by that point, after a couple of years of doing these things, you do start, if you have any talent at all, you'll start figuring out like, hey, something's not right. Like if things are fluctuating all over the place, like you know it. And I was starting to get to that point where, okay, this doesn't feel right. And I'd be like, Kevin, come on. Like we gotta focus. Like you're speeding up, slowing down. It was that kind of thing. So that didn't last very long either. We are actually rehearsing at his house because he had a spot. Tried getting another drummer, and that just, at that point, nobody was into it anymore. It just all fell apart.
Before we continue, I'm kind of curious. What were you studying in university? Like, what was? I mean, you dropped out, but at university or college, you were in a direction. Did you want to go in a direction there at that time?
So I always liked psychology and I always found it very easy. So my first year I was a psych major, but music is what my heart was into. However, I was not a trained musician all my life. And I tried switching into being a music major and I couldn't do it because everybody else that was there, other than my friend who did it with me, who had started playing after me, so he had even less training, all of these people grew up with their respective instruments. So they're all able to sight read and have been doing this stuff since they were in band and as kids. I never did that. I was a rock and roll guitar player wanting to become a musician. I'm actually really disappointed now that I'm an adult. I can look back. It's like these people didn't give a flying shit about me. Like they didn't, somebody should have tried to talk me out of it for one thing. It's like, you aren't good enough to do this. Like you don't have the skills, the skill set and the experience to switch to a music major and be around all these people who are actually very good at what they do. And no one tried to dissuade me. And when I was struggling, I mean, within the first couple weeks, I was struggling because I couldn't sight read. That should have been the dead giveaway right there with these freaking professors. Like nobody gives a shit. Like this is going all the way back to 1992. So I graduated in 91. So this would have been 92 or into 93. I don't remember exactly, but however far I got, a couple of months. And it's like, I'm looking back, I'm like, who would let an 18, 19-year-old do this, knowing that they're taking out all these loans and ramming themselves into debt when I had no idea what the hell I was doing? I would, like, if my child was trying to do that, it's like, well, you're an adult, you can do what you want, but this is fucking stupid. Don't do it. Like, do something you are very competent in already. Like, trying to jump into the arts when you've been doing it for a year or two. No, and it's not like the education I would have gotten there anyway would have helped me. I was all into rock music and stuff. Like that's not what they teach you. It's all classical and everything. Like it was, unless I had been a classical guitarist for 5, 10, 15 years at that point, like a lot of these people I was around, I had no hope. Some of them were just vocalists. So but they've been singing all their lives and they were already trained because they did chorus and all that kind of stuff in school. So it's like, I mean, I'm not bitter about it. Life turned out pretty good for me anyway, but it's like, I'm looking back, I'm like, every adult in my life failed me.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe it was for the better. Sometimes we don't know why things happen. Sometimes a door closes and another one opens. But it is interesting because I also began with a psych major myself, and I was interested in psychology, but I decided that that's not really the direction that I wanted to go. I really hated like this behaviorism, like the whole B.F. Skinner stuff. I was reading up on that, and I was not a big fan of the kind of experiments that they were into. But anyways,
Well, I'll
so
tell you why. Which
after, yeah,
this is
yeah,
actually
go
interesting.
ahead.
I just remembered this. I liked psych. It was fine. I mean, I really didn't like school in general because I don't like structure and things like that. Like that's just part of my rebellious nature. And my sociology professor was really cool. He's kind of like an old hippie guy. I liked him. Uh, the main professor, the doctor who was in charge of the department, he was all right. A little bit of a nut job, but he was all right. But then my second semester, I had this other professor who was a very nice man, but he had had a stroke. And this is very sad. He had had a stroke. Half of his body was almost completely paralyzed. And I couldn't understand what the hell he was saying. And I sat right in front to try. And I remember just struggling over and over and over again. His words were so slurred. And it was like, all again, like I couldn't focus. I couldn't get into it because the adults in the room weren't giving me what I needed as an 18, 19-year-old. And it's like, and I would never say that the guy shouldn't be allowed to teach because I'm not that kind of person. But that's what I got frustrated. And I was like, well, screw this. I'll go be a music major since that's what my heart's in anyway, which was stupid. And someone should have talked me out of, like the guidance counselors or whatever should have talked me out of it when I'm signing for however many thousands of dollars of loans and all that kind of crap that you got to do. Cause I did not come from money. So I was borrowing money to go to Wilkes University. I don't know. It's just frustrating. That's why I actually have spoken to my daughter about stuff. Like if you figure out what you want to do before you do it, because don't follow the path I did, would make the same mistakes, because you're just going to be frustrated. Because at that age, you're still kind of forming your personality. You're not completely solidly who you're going to be for the rest of your life. If you don't have good guidance at that time, you're just going to kind of shoot in the dark. Now, you do have rare exceptions where some people are super hyper focused or they're a little manic and they're just like, this is what I want, and they're OCD about it. And I've met people like that. But no, most of the people I know kind of ended up the same way because they didn't have great guidance either. Numerous of my friends ended up also not finishing or finishing something that they didn't give a crap about. So again, looking back, it's like, where were the adults guiding everybody to like get where you really needed to be, like focus on things that were important so that you could have a productive life? These kinds of things didn't seem to happen in the earlier generations. It's almost like that generation that I came from was the first where everybody started dropping the ball.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, but you just ended up like what, doing like 2 years and dropping out, and then you made your band. And where do we go from here? What happened after that?
Well, that didn't even last all that long. And I eventually in 1996 I got a job at TGI Fridays. It was the most popular restaurant in the area where I'm from. And I worked there for like 8 years or something like that. So I did that, and I was trying to do bands off and on. I did play with a friend of mine off and on, but he's got a lot of personality issues. He's kind of chilled out now, but he ended up screwing me over at one point, and then we kind of reformed things. It was just a back and forth throughout the 90s. And then everybody got it in their head to just go be in cover bands, which is exactly what I didn't want to do.
So, okay, but 8 years is quite a while. Like, were you doing various work? I mean,
I
were
was a
you a
waiter. I was
waiter?
a server. So
Yeah, okay.
Uh, again, looking back, it's like, wow, I wasted a lot of time. I mean, I made okay money because you can make okay money doing that, especially at a busy restaurant. But that place was brutal and really took advantage. I know this now. They really took advantage of their employees and didn't compensate them well. It's to me, it's kind of appalling that the way they treated people. But that takes me all the way up to let's see, up to where I met my daughter's mother, and my daughter would have been born then. I left her and I went out to Nevada. I was gonna move to be with a friend of mine to go work on music with him. He lived in Santa Monica, California, and I was so ill prepared for that. This was yet again another mistake I made as a younger person because no one really offered me any guidance. I was just kind of shooting in the dark. It's like, well, this is what I want to do, so I'm going to do it. Didn't have enough money saved up, not realizing how insanely expensive California was even 20 odd years ago. Ended up 4 hours away in Las Vegas, which was considerably cheaper. And that we were there for a few months. And then when she got pregnant, we decided to go back to where I'm from in Pennsylvania So at least we had a support system with family and stuff. So I went back to, I was actually working for the TGI Fridays company the whole time because I transferred and I worked out there in Vegas for a little bit, went back to the one that I was originally working at, finally got fed up with it when like, because obviously I'm starting to get old at this point and really starting to realize that this job is brutal on your body. It's stupid long hours. They don't give a shit about you because they know you're replaceable in a heartbeat. And I end up going to Olive Garden because one of the managers who used to work with me at Fridays was the head manager over there now. And he always liked me. And he said, Jason, I don't know why you didn't come to me sooner. I would have given you a job in a heartbeat. So he hired me on the spot, and that was so much easier. At that point, I was actually starting to be a singer-songwriter of my own. I didn't need a singer anymore. I was finally getting the confidence to just do it myself. And I started a band, tried to start a band because, again, struggling to get people to stay together and all that. And this is the one time I got close to actually anything happening success-wise. We were actually half decent, despite having members that were like, but I was the main songwriter. The other guitar player also sang and wrote songs, but I kind of did more of them, but he did contribute some stuff that was good. And my friend who was out in Santa Monica that I mentioned a few minutes ago, we needed a permanent bass player. We just had somebody filling in. Mark, his name's Mark. At the time, this is over 20 years ago, Mark was a very good looking dude, always in the gym, tall, dark, and handsome, like very charismatic. And he was really good at hooking up with girls that he liked. Funny enough, he always liked chubby women. So being that he was exceptionally good looking and then hitting on fat girls, he always succeeded almost all the time because, I mean, it's just the nature of society, right? Well, this one girl he hooked up with actually had a very high position in a management company. She worked for the company. What was the name of it? Whoever the management firm that Korn and Limp Bizkit worked for, I don't remember the name anymore. Maybe it was Q Prime, but I could be wrong on that. They started a subsidiary management company underneath them, kind of like how labels have labels under them, something along those lines. They're doing a spinoff, promoted this girl to have 3 bands that she needed to sign, and this is back when they still did shit like this. I don't think they do this much anymore, but at 20 years ago, they still did develop is usually the word they say. Like they'll develop bands. She was going to do that. She had 3 bands to sign. So she'd signed one band. I don't remember who it was. I don't know if she ever told me. She signed a second band that she told me was called Spinner. And then I was told by somebody else, because I don't like this kind of music, but that is the band that became Sum 41, the pop punk band. So I would have been, if that's true, I actually never looked it up because I never gave a shit. But if that's true, then I would have been under the same manager as what turned out to be a very successful band, very, very commercially successful band. And then she was signing us because Mark was banging this girl and he was going to be our bass player. So we had a week where we were planning on moving out to LA again because she was, I thought this was really happening. I had to have someone cover my section at Fridays. She was reading me. I was in charge. This is what always happens. I end up being the leader. So I'm in charge of the band. I have to go to the back of the hotel that's attached to the restaurant. And I'm sitting outside in the little gazebo thing while she's reading me a contract for me to agree to. And I'm just thinking like, holy shit, this is actually happening. So yeah, for about a week or so, I thought I was getting signed to a management label or firm or whatever the correct term is. Turns out Mark lied to her saying that this band that was mine had done all these things that we hadn't ever done because she went and fact checked him. Like saying we were playing all these shows in New York and all this kind of stuff. I didn't know any of this. He bullshitted her and she got mad, really mad, and dropped the whole thing. Like didn't even give me,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I never even got a chance to to ask what was up. Mark finally confessed it to me. I was like, what the hell did you do that for? Like, I'm confident because she did put me on the spot. Like before this happened, she actually called me with Mark on the phone and said, okay, pick up your guitar right now and play me one of your songs. I was like, you mean just acoustically? She's like, yeah, just grab it. And the reason why she did it, she wanted to see if I'd buckle. And I said, oh, okay, it's across the room. Give me 2 seconds. I went and grabbed it and I started playing a song. And then partway into it, she stopped me. And I was like, "Oh, you didn't like it?" She's like, "No, it's not that. I just wanted to see if you could do it or not. I wanted to see if you could." I forget how she worded it, but basically, could I do it under pressure? And as I said earlier, I don't really get intimidated about that kind of shit. So I paused and went, "Oh, okay. Well, no, that kind of stuff doesn't bother me. Like I've never had a problem getting in front of a crowd." So she's like, "Okay, good." And that was her big test to make sure that the guy who's supposed to be the leader of this band wasn't a total flake. And then I guess that combined with all this, whatever Mark told her, I don't know what he told her, she was okay because they were fucking. And Mark, we were going to move out there. Mark was going to be the bass player and she was going to be the manager. Yeah. So much
But
stuff was
I
going
guess it
on
didn't really
behind.
pan out because after she found out that he was lying to her about a bunch of stuff, did it probably didn't last too much longer, I imagine.
Well, I kept that band together for a little while longer, but again, just having people be dedicated and I don't know, it's just so hard. If you're not doing the cover thing and you're going out playing every weekend and making money, people get distracted very easily. There's very few people who want to be in an original band where somebody or maybe two people are the songwriters and they're just like, okay, this is what you got to do. Here's the song. Here's how it goes. Some people be into it, but a lot of times their interest starts to wane. And this is what I kept seeing happening over and over and over again. And I was always gung ho, like, hey, I want to do this. This is what I want to do. Like, I love, like, there's a feeling when you're playing live music and you just feel the energy. And especially when it's your material, when you're hearing what's in your head come to life, it's a great feeling. One I haven't had in years now. And yeah, I was always very dedicated. And again, I was always the leader. So, like often happens with people who take leadership roles, people like to give you shit and they like to rebel and they like to think that they know better when they don't. Because if they did, they'd be the leader. It's not like I wanted to be this tyrant. I always assumed a leadership role because no one else was doing it and shit had to get done. Like bands are businesses. Yes, there's the art side of it. And if you don't have that, obviously you don't have anything to do. You just be a cover band then. But the other part of it is you have to run it like a business, meaning you have to be serious about it. You have to, if you're going to show up for practice, if you're going to pick times and all that kind of stuff, you got to do it. If people, like when you have one member who's not there, the whole thing's fucked anyway. It's like, because the vibe is not there. The chemistry that you need to be working on together, the timing, all that stuff needs to gel together. And then there's like the other aspects of it too. I remember one show we played, the guy we had playing bass for us for a while, real nice fellow. He was a mediocre player. He was fine. He could play the very basic bass lines I gave to him to play. But it's like we showed up for a show, and I think most people realize, like, if you're trying to put on a show, especially as an original band, you try to have your look, and you're pretending you're playing rock star is what you're doing. And he shows up with just an old ratty t-shirt, jeans shorts, and sandals. I just like, there's no look, no attempt at image, like nothing. And I did mention to him afterwards, not in a rude way, but like, hey dude, like, you see how we were all dressed and all that, like, and he's like, oh, it didn't even occur to me. So it's like sometimes the stuff just doesn't it's not on people's minds. So when you see things like you look back in time at some of the biggest bands ever, like the Beatles and the Stones, like all those big bands, look at how they're dressed, because everything's unified, because they have management people who are like, well, this is what you got to do. Like, you guys got to be a unit. Like, you got to put forth the image. If you just have four dudes standing up there who are all dressed like four different people, like, unless that's your shtick and you're playing it as characters, it doesn't work. You just look like some schmuck playing bass on stage, which is what the dude looked like.
Yeah, yeah. So what was the name of this band, and
Substance.
how long? What's that?
Substance.
Substance. Okay. So how long were you guys together for? For how many years?
Just a couple years, maybe. How long were we together? 2 to 3 years, but there was time in between there where we stopped, and then we started talking again and got back together. Kind of, I don't remember exactly anymore, but it was, yeah, probably 3 years in time, but it wasn't like consistent. Like there were pauses in there. And then
Were you raising your daughter at the same time as you
yeah, this is
were
when she was
doing
born.
this band?
Yeah. Yeah. So my daughter was like 10 months old when that incident with I thought we were getting a management contract was coming through. So like I was like, oh, this is great because I can just be careful with money and have our family set up with success. I'm giving her something, this new life that I've brought into this world, and I thought it was going to be cool because I was very determined to make it happen, to make sure that this worked. And I had no idea what Mark was doing behind the scenes that ended up blowing up in my face because of him bullshitting. So very disappointing. But again, I don't know what would have happened because you know how like these companies are, they want you to have a certain look and do exactly like just do everything they tell you, whether you like it or not. Once you sign on the dotted line, now there's a problem. It's like you go along to get along, or else you're in breach of contract. So
Right, right. So, if you don't mind me asking, how did you meet your daughter's mother, and what happened with that relationship? You don't have to go into too many details, but just, I don't know, out of curiosity, what occurred?
she worked across the street at a different restaurant at a Lone Star Steakhouse, and a lot of Lone Star closed considerably earlier than Fridays did, and a lot of them used to come over to the bar Fridays and hang out and drink their faces off. And she actually pursued me. I was single at the time, and yeah, she wanted me,
Okay,
so we hooked up.
awesome. Yeah, but I guess like you guys never actually married, or were you actually married?
No, we never married or anything like that. We were together from, let's see, I guess about 8 years, somewhere in that
Okay,
ballpark.
wow. Okay,
Like I tried.
yeah.
What it turned out in the end was she was hiding a drug problem, and she hid it very, very well for a long time. And then things started coming out where I was finding out people were coming to me and telling me she's doing stuff in the back. And I never knew exactly some kind of hardcore drug. I don't know if it was meth or crack. I don't know what she was doing, but people were coming to me saying, and I knew she kind of had a pill thing. She loved like Oxycontins, all that kind of stuff. I knew about that, but she was hiding some kind of hardcore habit. And the breaking point came. I had things start going missing in our house. Like we had bought a house, a small house, and I was paying them. I was paying all the bills. I was paying the mortgage, most of the bills. She did work a little bit, but I noticed like video games are going missing, like things you could take and sell. I noticed like shit was just missing, not where I left it. And I like when you have a stack of Xbox games in the same cabinet for a year, and all of a sudden things are missing, something's up. And shortly after that, I had left my jacket downstairs with my wallet in it instead of putting it upstairs in my bedroom because we always slept separately. I always did this thing back then. Our mortgage, we only had a small house. It was only like 29. If I remember correctly, the house was $29,500. So the mortgage was only about $300 a month. And I always did this when I was working at Olive Garden. I would always exchange out bills to have three $100 bills that I would put in the back of my wallet for deposit. So I never made a stupid mistake and spent the mortgage money on something I shouldn't have. So as soon as I had it, hey, I want those 100s. Here's a bunch of 20s or whatever. Put it in the back of my wallet. It was always good. Well, one time there was money missing. And this is after I'd already had that habit for a very long time. And I confronted her on it. And she just lied right to my face. Like it had to have been her. Like I knew the money was there. And if I remember, it was one of the $100 were missing. And we didn't make a ton of money back then. That was a lot for $100 to just be gone that I had no means of replacing. And that's when it all fell apart after that. Because at this point, I'd already had multiple people coming to me saying that she had gotten fired from one job for getting caught doing drugs in the bathroom. And she didn't tell me that. She lied about it. She didn't say she got fired. She said she left. And other people, I always get along with just about everybody I'm around. Like it's normal. I'm normally pretty chill and I'm nice to everybody. And people felt bad for me and our daughter. He's like, I remember it was one guy specifically saying, "Hey, I feel really bad for you. You should know what really happened there." And told me that she got fired for getting caught doing drugs in the bathroom. So I knew all this shit was going on at that point. And when I confronted her about it, she lied to my face. So after that, it just
So,
kind
I
of.
mean, like, for how long were you kind of tolerating this
Oh,
with like you? But because initially you didn't know, right? Initially, because you were saying that she hid it quite well and stuff like that, and out of the woodwork, people are telling you, basically what's going on. So, for how long were you bearing this cross?
good question. Well over a year, I'm sure. Trying to remember now.
Okay,
Easily
it
a
could
year.
be a couple years, maybe.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
definitely a year.
at least a year.
Oh yeah, because and I remember our relationship had degenerated badly at this point. I had gotten eye surgery in December of 2008, and it was ungodly painful. I was in my bedroom, and when I had gotten something called PRK, or is it PKR? It was whatever LASIK, before LASIK became LASIK. There was the earlier surgery, which I had to get because my corneas were too thin to do standard LASIK where they slice your eye. So this one, they rip off your cornea, do the laser thing, and put a contact lens bandage over. Now, you don't feel anything because they numb the hell out of your eyes. What you do feel, and I didn't really know how bad this was going to be, when you're microscopically growing back, it is the most painful thing I have ever experienced in my life. And I mean, it is like ice picks in your eyes. And I had to tolerate this the whole weekend. And my light sensitivity was so bad that having a laptop on, like, I turned the laptop screen completely off and I was literally barely opening my eyes for half a second just to see where the buttons were. I couldn't even tolerate it being on like 1 out of 10. Like, that minimal brightness was like someone was kicking me in the eyes. It was so painful. And she wouldn't help me. She didn't like bring me up food or anything. Like, I couldn't do anything. And finally, after like a day and a half of this, I was so hungry. I stumbled downstairs, got some leftovers, and stumbled back upstairs. Literally, like, only opening my eyes for a split second at a time just to look to where I was at. Luckily, my house was easy to navigate. And she didn't give a shit. She was just sitting on the couch. So, like, this is like, things are over when someone completely does not give a flying shit about you.
Wow. I mean, that's already like after being 6 years together. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, we've been
like
together for years.
at
She
this
didn't give a
point.
crap.
Yeah.
She just did not give a crap.
I mean, like after you found out that she had a drug problem, like were you hoping that, she would change
Well, I
or
was
like
giving her a
did you
chance.
confront her about it?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
confronted her, and she
But
lied to my face about it. She's like, she just denied it all. None of that's true. I didn't take any money. Nothing's missing. And it's like, I knew that those things were true. Like, it was kind of obvious at that point. And I finally went, okay. And in my heart, I had already let go. And it took a little while longer because we were living together and neither one of us had money. So we lived together for a while, just existing, I guess you could say. But we
yeah,
weren't in a relationship
yeah.
anymore. Like, and then finally we had a text conversation, even though we lived in the same house, where we both agreed it was just over.
So you guys were having a conversation via text, like in the same house. You're like
Yeah,
right
I don't
next to
remember
each
if she
other.
was like at work or something. Like, I remember talking to her via message, whatever message we were using back then, and her saying something to the effect about how she hasn't felt happy about things and all that, and we just ended it. And I was like, "You weren't happy, gee." Like, good.
Okay.
Okay, then I can move forward.
So, what happened after that? Like, you're still paying for the house. It's probably under your name. You guys were not legally married, and but you guys have a child together. She ended up moving out, or what?
No, what happened was I had met the person that I started dating in Louisiana at that point. We were talking online, and a really bad problem had happened. Well, two really bad problems had happened with the house. And I don't know why this never got caught on the inspections, but the foundation. Now, for some backstory here, the Wyoming Valley exists as populated as it does because of what's called blue anthracite coal. There was massive amounts of this stuff in the ground. They strip mined the living hell out of this place throughout the 20th century. And this was really big, especially in like 20s, 30s, 40s. Like, that's why this place exploded in population, because people were going there to be coal miners. My grandfather was a coal miner, in fact, and my great grandfather. So a lot of places in that area were mountainous and had been strip mined in different parts, and there were actually instabilities in certain areas. Well, where this house was, apparently there was instability because the foundation started crumbling in the back. And when the foundation started crumbling, the pipes underneath the house, the hot water one, cracked. I couldn't get any kind of help because I'd already bought the house. The water company didn't give a flying shit, and it would have cost thousands and thousands of dollars that we didn't have to fix all this stuff. And I literally just walked away. I was like, well, what am I going to do? This house requires extensive repairs. Thank God it's not like a $200,000 house. And I just walked away from it. She lived there for a little while until she finally moved with a friend, actually, somebody that I knew.
Okay. So this is like 2008-ish, when things were
Well,
like
by the time I
like
finally left was 2011, I think. That sounds right. Yeah. I'd moved to Louisiana. I had started dating the person that I had gotten hooked up with from Louisiana, and I was living with her and her family for a little while, trying to get my feet on the ground. And I busted my ass. I got hired at Guitar Center, which is something I really wanted to do. Within 3 months, I was an assistant manager, and within a few months after that, I was the second in charge because I was so good at my job, and I sold so much, and I was so gung ho and go get them kind of attitude. They promoted me really, really fast. So I was as successful as you can be at a Guitar Center, other than being the store manager because there was one already. So that's what I did. When the relationship with the person I had moved to Louisiana with to be with failed, I was already stable enough financially 2 years later that I just had my own place. A friend of mine had a place that I rented a room from them off of. When they left, I just kept the place and paid it off. So
yeah.
it was a
Yeah.
mobile
Well, I
home.
mean, that's a big move, like from moving from Pennsylvania, I guess, to Louisiana, and then you moved to Louisiana because you were having like I don't know, a conversation with a lady that you were involved with, and you guys never met in person until you actually moved there. Is that the
Well,
case?
I had come down to, excuse me. I had come down to meet her a couple of times. It wasn't like a completely like blind thing. And
Okay. Okay.
people are funny sometimes that they put up a front, and I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't care anymore. I mean, it's well over a decade now since then, but it's like, if you weren't that into the relationship, why would you have me go through all these steps to do all these things? Like, to be here, like I don't know. It's just, again, now I'm middle aged. I just look back. I was like, what was in your freaking head? But it is what it is.
I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm not here to speculate, but sometimes people want to know, like, how serious somebody else is by like putting up that front, and then, if they're willing to do all kinds of stuff for them. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not here to mind read anybody or speculate on what was actually going through their mind, but the what about like any kind of like conspiracy stuff? Like, were you getting into any kind of like, the
Oh yeah.
September event already happened by that point, and
Oh
obviously you were aware of all that stuff, and like
yeah.
what was going on with that?
So in the late 90s and then the very beginning of the 2000s, a friend of mine who I jammed music with but never really had a band with, he turned me on to the radio show Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. And then that was the transition when Art Bell went, uh, he retired or whatever he did, and George Norrie took over. But I was hooked by then. So a lot of the people who I found very interesting, I was hearing on these programs. And then I heard Jordan Maxwell, who ended up being one of my favorite people. And then this gravelly voiced guy named Alex Jones was coming on, and he was so energetic. Like this, like picture a much younger Alex Jones coming on the radio and being able to speak for several hours straight. And but knowing his shit. I mean, Alex is a very interesting character, but you can't say the guy doesn't know what he's talking about most of the time. So that was interesting. And then I finally tuned into his show, got hooked on that. And that's when I started learning. Because again, I know people have a lot of mixed opinions on Alex, and he is an interesting character to say the least. But I learned a hell of a lot from him. And then he was doing films and all that stuff. So as the 2000s were going by, that's when I was really plunging into the stuff. I was watching Jordan Maxwell presentations and just getting into all this stuff. A few years later, after that, as I was really starting to learn a lot, I found Bill Cooper, wish I'd found him earlier. Started going through his Mystery Babylon series, did that several times. Once you do that, I always tell people, go through Bill Cooper's Mystery Babylon series, do it in order. And this is very important because things that are mentioned earlier are set up for things that come later. And he builds off of it as you go along. It was an extremely well done series. Well, by the time you listen to that stuff, you got a pretty good grasp on how fucked up the world really is, to be blunt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you were like pretty much hooked, Art Bell, George Norrie, Alex Jones. I remember listening to Alex Jones when he was, claiming that he had broken into the Bohemian Grove and he was filming the ritual, the mock ritual under Moloch, and they're saying like fools and stuff like this, and I was like, holy cow, this guy's for real, and. But that was again, I think that I was already in Korea, so that was like back in 2006-ish, 7-ish maybe. I can't remember exactly when it was, maybe even earlier than that. But yeah, I was definitely into Alex Jones, and most everybody who is into the truth movement has gotten their feet wet with Alex Jones. But what went on after that? Like, did you get further into other, I don't know, conspiracies, like other, I don't know, like fringe topics?
Well, I've always liked esoteric stuff. I've always liked spiritual things. I used to go ghost hunting around 2000-ish. I actually had the idea, believe it or not, the show Ghost Hunters that was really big in the mid 2000s.
Yep, yep.
The guy I did it with, it was mostly him and I, and sometimes other people would go with us. I said to him, how amazingly cool would it be if we could set this up as a TV show when we go into these places and all that? And
So you had the idea first before Ghost Hunters. You already had the idea
I said it
to
to Todd.
do it, but
Somebody
somebody else did it, huh?
Well, yeah, we didn't have a lot of money or anything. So like when you see Ghost Hunters, they've got like all this equipment and all this crap going, and like they know what they're doing. I mean, I never really saw that much impressive stuff on there, but I'll tell you one story. I didn't know a lot about the technological side of this at the time like I do now. We discovered by accident there was this really beautiful Victorian house that we were doing an investigation in, because one of the people who lived there, they were having like weird things like hearing sounds and weird cold spots, like all the typical ghost haunting kind of stuff. Well, one of the dudes that lived there was a woman standing in, this is an old Victorian house. So do you know, maybe people know what I'm talking about. A lot of times in these older homes that have multi floors, like full floors, they'll have a room that the only point of the room is to walk in the house, like a foyer. I don't know what technically you would call it, but it's the room where like maybe you hang up your coats and things like that, but it's just the room, and then it opens up to the rest of the house. In this particular one, it had a pretty good sized one of those rooms, and there was an old woman standing there, fully dressed in like an older kind of fashion. And the guy said, ma'am, can I help you? Like, there's this mysterious person in their house. And he's like, ma'am, can I help you? Ma'am, can I help you? And then as he approached her, poof, she disappeared. So one of the roommates had found out about my friend Todd, who was putting himself out there as like a paranormal investigator. And that's how we ended up getting that thing. And we didn't, it was just for free. We were just doing it out of like a hobby, I guess you could say. And what we discovered by accident, we were using a camcorder that had night vision built in, and we were up on one of the top floor bedrooms, one of the main master bedrooms. It was really big, and I was sitting on the bed, and they were filming me sitting there, like just for context, like, okay, this is one of the places that kind of has weird cold spots and things like that. We ended up checking the tape a little while later, and there were the ghost orbs, and I'm sure people know what I'm talking about now because people have seen these things for years now, but at the time, I never heard about this stuff. So the night vision had caught ghost orbs flying all the way around me, and we'd filmed other parts of the house. Now, this house was big. It had 4 full floors, including a full basement. And what we discovered in this house, I called it the ghost elevator. One side
There was like two sides going from the master bedroom down all the way into the basement and back up again. One side was going down of ghost orbs of different sizes. The other side was going back up. So it was just like this perpetual thing of all these ghost orbs of varying sizes going through all the floors. And when we saw that later on after checking the tape, we're like, holy crap. So interesting stuff.
Yeah, very interesting. That's very interesting that there is a kind of like almost like an elevator. Like, so when you film all the floors that you saw on one section, the ghost storm was going down, and another section, the ghost storm was going up
Mhm.
in a very, I don't know, linear pattern, I
Yeah,
guess.
that's what I thought was weird.
Like,
My joke was always I was the scientific advisor because I had a pretty good science bag. I've always liked science. So Todd did not have the best education. So I'd always be trying to look for logical explanations for things. Like, why is there a cold spot here? Or why is there, like, whatever happened to be? And I would try my best, not being a fully trained scientist, but just being somebody who knew physics and things like that, just trying to figure out what was going on. But when I saw that, I was like, yeah, that there's no explanation for that. Like that is truly a supernatural event that we caught on night vision. So whatever these things are, whatever their energy signature is, the night vision camera. Now it wasn't there with just the normal camera, normal, the normal light spectrum. It was only on whatever it is, the IR or whatever those things have. That's the only thing that picked it up. So yeah, that was like, this is like the one time we did something where like, that was truly a paranormal event. Like there's something in that house. It's extremely strong and we caught it.
yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, a lot of interesting phenomenon with ghosts in terms of like, the cold that is associated with these kind of paranormal activity and such. But you already had the idea to make it into a show, but obviously somebody else took that and ran with it.
Yeah, a couple years
And
later.
yeah, but so you were still like, so you were into like esoteric stuff. So what kind of esoteric stuff were you getting yourself into?
Well, I've had I've had two big UFO experiences and I've had several, I don't know how many. I've seen spirits and things. Like I've seen a lot of crazy shit in my life that has proven to me the reality of something beyond the physical. So I was, by the time we were doing ghost hunting and things like that, I mean, I was already very open-minded to all this stuff because I'd already had a bunch of crazy experiences happen to me earlier in the 90s. Like I'd seen some pretty interesting stuff.
Okay, let's go through them a little bit. Let's go through the UFO stuff a little bit, and then tell us what you experienced, and just walk us through it.
So I've had two major UFO events. The first one was when I was maybe 8 or 9. I don't remember exactly. I was in our backyard, same house in Kingston, Pennsylvania. My mother was watching me. This was at night. It was nighttime. My mother was watching me from her bedroom, second floor, and I was in the backyard. And this beautiful chandelier looking UFO, multicolored, came slowly tumbling over my head. Didn't quite come to a standstill, but pretty close. And I'm looking at it, I'm pointing at it, I'm going, Mom, look. And she looks at it and looks at me, and she's like, oh, that's nothing. And as an adult looking back, I'm like, oh, that is so my mom. Like, it's something out of the ordinary. So push it aside and don't think about it. Just like, nope, deny it. Just go along, go back to normal life. And whatever the 8-year-old equivalent of, you're full of shit, there's a UFO up there. And then it didn't last very long and then just kind of floated off. So that was
Like, how close was it? I mean, like was it like 1,000 meters above you? Like, I mean, or was it
Well, that's the
a little
problem.
bit
First of
further?
all, I was young, so who knows
Yeah.
if I would be able to give it proper context. But the problem with things in the air, as anybody who's a professional pilot will tell you, if you don't have context, you don't know how close something is, slash how big it is. Because it could be tiny and close
Right.
or
Right.
huge but far away. You just don't know until you have
True.
context to relate it to. So if I had a plane, if there was a 747 flying next to it, then I could have context of like how high in the sky it was versus how big the thing was. But it looked big. Could I have thrown a rock at it? Maybe. I probably could now as an adult. I don't know if I could as an 8-year-old, but it seemed very close, and it was dead silent. That was the other thing. Made no noise.
Mhm.
And I noticed that even as a kid, like, because I just watched it do its maneuver, and I was like, "Holy shit!" or whatever you think when you're 8.
But your mother just brushed it aside,
She
and it
literally
was like a
brushed it aside, like it. She looked at it. I'm pointing at it, and she looks, because she's in the second floor window. She had a better view, well, maybe not a better view, but a slightly closer view than I did. And yeah, she literally just looked at me and said, "Oh, that's nothing." Like it was so funny to me as a middle-aged adult, thinking, "Yeah, that's my mom, just brushing it aside." And like, let's not think about that. I remember her using those kinds of words all throughout my life. Yeah, let's not worry about that.
Yeah. Wow. What about the other major UFO event?
Yeah, the second one, and I've been
What
telling
was
this
that?
story more and more as I've been going on having these kinds of chats with people. I kept it to myself for a very long time, other than like personal friends. But I mean, hey, I could get hit by a bus tomorrow. God forbid I don't, but anything could happen. At least I've told people that I had these interesting experiences that I can't explain, you know? But this is why I am the way I am, why I'm so open-minded and easily able to deal with weird topics, is because I had all these experiences throughout my life. So it's like, well, I've already seen weird shit. So more weird shit is just weird shit. So this one happened when I was 17, so considerably older. I was sitting on the front porch, same house, August of 1990. So this was my junior to senior year in high school. I was with 3 other friends. It was already nighttime, so probably 9-ish at night. And from my perspective, and I've actually had this conversation with Wayne McCroy because we grew up together, so he knew exactly what I was talking about. It's the yard next to my Uncle Bill's, where he grew up there. And there's a tree. There was no house on the lot. There was a house, no house, then more houses. So the backyard of the house that was behind it was completely open, and there was a tree on this lot way back, dead on to my perspective, where I'm sitting. And I was looking, I mean, it was straight ahead of me, so I was looking at it, and I saw this light come out and go back and go out, come back a couple times, and I was like, that's the damnedest thing. And it's literally dead on to my perspective, like, I'm showing myself to you. Look at me. And I get up off the porch and start walking the street across towards that light. I get it in my head to look up, and I see another light doing this very slow perimeter kind of circle thing around the block. And I was like, holy shit, what is this? And I say, now I had 3 other people with me that are also seeing this, are like, this is crazy. And I say, hey, let's go over to the pumpy system, which is 2 blocks over in the woods, where it's the water filtration system, where they clean the water, you know, like the city water system. But there's dikes built up because of the flood that happened in 72. They have all these high dikes built up. In Louisiana, they call them levees. We call them dikes in the north. And they're high up. And I wanted to get over there and get away from all the lights and things and into the woods and see if we could. Now, I have no idea. As an adult now, that's not what I would do. I would make a beeline to investigate the light in front of me. For whatever reason, as a 17-year-old, I suggested this. All 4 of us go over there. We climb up the dike, and we're on top of this. It's pretty high up. And then there's this little valley beneath us, and 7 things encircle us. And one of them starts coming up towards us. Took binoculars with me, and I'm looking at them. You could see it anyway. It was a tri-pattern of light, blue and red. And I could kind of see that it looked metallic-ish, like an oval. Hard to say because it's against the black of night. I mean, it's just hard to make out details. But anyway, they're dead silent surrounding us, and one of them up and back. And I was like, is that damn thing going to land in the valley? And it said, if it does, I'm going to go talk to whoever's in there. I was pretty ballsy. I was a little nervous, but at the same time, I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but obviously this is a very significant event. And they wanted to communicate with us. After a little while, military jets showed up. Like actual jets, like F-15s, I guess they would be. I don't know military jets very well, but actual fighter jets. And 2 planes that I've never found out what they were, but they had lights on the front. I always call them spotter planes, but I don't know. I have no idea what they really are. But they had like giant lights in the front of them. And what was weird is those 2 spotter planes kept doing this thing where flying to get it on the main one, the one that kept trying to come close to us. I have no idea what that meant, what that was all about. But anyway, it didn't last much longer after that because I guess that the jets were getting closer and closer to these craft. And finally, they just it was interesting the way they moved off. They didn't, I guess you could say in formation, like they all kind of backed off on their own and just gone, just silently. I don't know if they went up, hard to tell. And then the military jets were still flying around a little bit, and then that finally ended. Here's the real kicker.
How old were you? Yeah, go ahead.
We went back the next night around the same time. The 7 craft were already there, and so was the military.
Really? Again, the next day.
The next day.
Next night.
Yeah, and it only lasted a couple of minutes, but it was all there. The whole scenario was playing out again. And then that's it. That was that. The thing that's so significant about this is that whatever was instigating this event knew our vantage point from where I was sitting to show me the first, whatever it was doing was coming out from that tree, knew my line of sight to that tree and knew what to do at what altitude so that I saw it. Very bizarre. I have no idea what to make of it, but that's what happened.
Well, I mean, it seems to me what you're saying is that it was trying to communicate with you because, like, otherwise, you know, like, I mean, like with all that information, that basically what you're saying is that it was trying to make contact with you.
Well, I've tried not to be self-centered about it, and I say us. But what's odd is I've discussed it over the years with the other 3 people who were there, and their memories are very oddly broken. Like one dude only remembered it happening one night, didn't remember the second night. The other 2 remembered the second night. One just thought it was just some lights in the sky. One thought it was only lasted a couple minutes. I was like, this was incredibly significant. How are you getting it also butchered? And what's weird is, or maybe it's not weird because people are like this, the other 3 couldn't remember things in the details that I could. And when I started telling it back to them, they're kind of like thinking about like, oh yeah, I guess so. And it's like, now I know the human memory is absolutely atrocious, but when a big event happens to you, even if you don't remember every detail, and I'm sure I'm forgetting a billion details. I mean, I'm 51 now and I was 17 at the time. I'm sure I'm forgetting a ton of stuff, but I remember the main bulk of the events and how it went down. And even like 10 years later or so, I'm talking to them about it and they were mangling it. And I'm like, no, this is what happened. And then as I'm refreshing their memory, they seem to kind of remember. So not to stroke my own ego, but it's like, was this meant for me? Because it sure as hell shaped my outlook on things from that point on.
In what way? Like because of the paranormal and kind of like you were like something's going on here, because I mean that's a very like significant event
Right.
for sure in your life.
Right. So that on top of spiritual stuff that I would start seeing later, I just, it's like, okay, there's more to this world than just the mundane physical. You know, you do more than go to McDonald's and shop at Walmart.
Right. So let's talk about the spiritual experiences now, because you've walked us through the UFO, the you know, unidentified. Some people call it unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAPs, UAPs now, right?
They've changed it. It used to be
Yeah.
UFO for decades. It was UFOs.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden in the last, I don't know, it's only been maybe a couple years at most, they've changed it. But I think we need to pause for a minute because I'm starting to get hoarse and I didn't bring water over and I need to go grab some water.
Yeah, so let's take a little break. I can let me play one of the songs here, and then let's take a 5-minute break. Or how long is it going to take?
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just going to go fill up my water container and come back.
Okay, well then I'll just be here, and then maybe I'll monologue a little bit. And how long is it going to take? Like 5 minutes? You think?
Yeah,
Is it 5 minutes? Is going to be?
I'm
Oh,
good.
okay.
Yep. All right, right back.
All right. So we are just going to wait for Jason to come back, and I don't think it's going to take that long for him to get water. So I don't think it's really worth it to play a song, and certainly very interesting life experience. Jason has had. We were talking earlier, and he was like, "Oh, it's kind of boring and stuff like that." And I don't agree, and obviously, a lot of the people within the truth community have had a lot of paranormal experiences. I've had a paranormal experience with a UAP or a UFO when I was uh, I I I remember one in Nepal actually of like some identified object in Kathmandu when I was at my guest house, and it was like kind of like floating along this mountain, and I was like looking around and like trying to see if anybody else was seeing what I was seeing, and it was just really weird. Like when I kind of recount back to this memory of it, that like how it was flying and how it was kind of like floating almost. I don't even know how to describe it. It's like almost like a balloon, like a helium balloon or something like that. But it wasn't. It was like very controlled, and it was like flying right along the side of this mountain, Shivapuri Nagarjuna. This is the name of the mountain in the northern part of Kathmandu. And I used to live. My guest house was on like on the rural side where it was very sparsely populated, and I was like I'm on the roof, I think, of my guest house, and I was like looking around and trying to see if anybody else was like noticing what the hell I was seeing. And I was by myself, and my other friends were not there. And I was just like staring at this thing flying like the along this mountain, and then like kind of disappearing on the other side. And I was just like, "What the fuck was that?" Like, that was weird. And then I had another experience. I was just telling people about my UAP UFO experiences for the people. And then one more that I had was when I was in Nubra Valley, which is in the north of India, north from here, Kashmir, Jammu, Leh, Ladakh. And I was camping out. I parked my motorcycle in a village, and then I camped out along this river. I may show pictures about this sometime down the line, and I talk about this in one of my like my life story videos. But anyway, I was like meditating, and then from across, like I'm talking about, like really far away, where I could see a mountain, and then I saw a star, and it was sitting there for a long time. And then I saw that the star was moving and moving in my direction. And eventually it was like coming right towards me. And I was thinking to myself that is today going to be the day I'm going to get abducted, because it was like coming right at me, you know? And then I was looking at my watch, and I was thinking, oh, it's like 11:45 or something like this. It's like 11 something. And I was trying to like say, like, I was like, I got to burn this into my memory just in case I get abducted and I lose time, because that's like one of the common stories of
Mhm.
people is like, oh, I lost a couple hours or something like that. And then I'm like trying to drill this into my memory, and it was right above my head, and it's bright. It's like super bright. It's like a spotlight right above me, and I'm completely alone in a mountain, like just like camping out right next to a river, like nobody near me for probably like an hour and a half walk minimum. And I'm just thinking, shit, I'm gonna get abducted. Like today's the day, And and it was like if I were to gauge, because it was like back in 2018 when this happened, so I had a pretty good understanding of distance. It felt as if it was like 800 meters right above me, like that close. It was like very, very close, but that it kept moving and it went away. And then I kept on looking at my watch, as I was like looking at this thing, and I was like, okay, okay, like I guess I didn't get abducted. Or if I did get abducted, it was like a split second abduction, but I don't think I was abducted at all. So anyways, that's my UAP story. But this is about you, so I want to get to know more about the ghost stories that you want, not the ghost story, the paranormal stories that you want to talk about.
Well, I guess they're ghost-ish stories. It's funny when you're talking about that. I probably should have mentioned that I have gone out. I apologize. I'm have a throat drop because my voice is getting really hoarse. So sorry if that's a little annoying while it dissolves on my throat.
You're good. You're good.
um, there's been multiple times. I've always been kind of brash and ballsy about certain things, like walking into things that a lot of people be like, "That's crazy. Don't do that." But I have gone out into the middle of the woods, out in the middle of nowhere by myself since I was 17 and had that event, because I was always wondering, is something going to happen? Like, is there a follow up to this? Like, okay, you showed yourself to me. What's next? And as the years have gone by, I've done this multiple times. Like when I was still in Pennsylvania, shortly before I moved to Louisiana, in fact, I went to the top of one of the mountains out in the middle of nowhere where there's just farmland and things like that. And I'm standing there and I walk out into a field and I'm looking up at this beautiful starry night. And I'm like, hey guys, I don't think anybody can see us out here. If you want to tell me something to follow up from decades ago, here I am. And no, nothing. A couple years later, when I was in Louisiana, one time I did it out in the middle of nowhere, driving back to a house I used to live in when I first moved here. And again, kind of in the middle of a swamp / foresty area. And I step out, again, a beautiful starry night, but very, very black, because there was hardly any streetlights. And I walk out in the middle of the road, and again, I'm like, hey, I'm in the middle of nowhere. No one can see us. Got a follow-up message? Because I'd like to know what all this means. But I've never had anything follow up since then that I'm aware of. So as far as paranormal stuff, I don't know if I'll remember everything. I've had lots of little things happen. I am pretty certain that I'm supposed to be here for a reason, because I've had several very close to death experiences where, like, I probably should have gotten hurt and or killed, that something intervened. One of the earlier ones I remember was I was walking back from the library when I was pretty young, and I was walking across like 2 blocks from my house. There's a 4-way stop. The person who was coming to my right seemed like they weren't going to stop. And I was just kind of thinking about other stuff. Just, I was a kid, wasn't paying that much attention. And the car got real close, and I heard, without hearing, I don't know how to put these things into words. You can hear things from a spiritual. I've had this happen a few times. It's not an audible thing, like close to your ear or far from your ear. It's more like in your head, kind of, but not that. It's more like it is there. It's so hard to explain. But I heard jump, and my instincts went off, and I jumped. And the car would have hit me. I jumped up onto the curb.
The car was coming behind you, like coming right at you, or what?
I was walking, so it's a 4-way stop, and the car was coming. I was going this way. I don't know if this makes sense on the camera. Well, it's backwards, so picture it the other way, but it was to my right.
Yeah.
And the car wasn't slowing down to the stop. It's a 4-way stop. You're supposed to stop. So you would be, when you're coming to a stop sign, generally you slow down. This car really wasn't slowing down. And I was just being a dipshit kid and not paying attention all that much. And he slammed on his brakes at the last second, but I heard, however I was hearing it, jump. And yeah, they were really close. So that was, I've had things like that.
Did you get hit?
No. Nope.
But how did jumping help you? Like, because like you're still in the same position jumping, or like did you jump backwards or something like this?
I jumped forward.
Jump forward, okay.
Yeah, I jumped out of the street onto the sidewalk so that I was out of harm's way. And it was like one of those super instinctual things, like when someone throws a punch at you and you're good enough that you knock it aside. It was like that kind of thing. Like the event happened, my body reacted.
Right. And if you had not jumped, then you would have gotten hit, right?
Probably. But that's not the only time that happened. Another time I was walking home at night from Wayne McCroy's house, in fact, when we were young. And he lived a street down and a street over, so not too far from my house. And my mother was waiting for me at the top of the street. She didn't want to walk all the way down in the dark, so she was waiting for me at the top of that street. And for lack of a better term, I'm walking past 2 guys, and my spider sense goes off. And the same kind of thing happens. I hear, run. And I take off, and these 2 dudes start chasing me. And I'm surprised that I was faster than them. Maybe I just had enough of a head start. But by the time they saw that my mother was up at the top of the street, they stopped. So I was another one.
How old were you at this time? When this happened?
I'm trying to remember. Maybe early teens.
Okay.
Like
and so these kids were they adults or were they other kids?
Well, it
who
was
were
at night.
chasing
It
you?
was kind of hard to see them, and I only kind of casually glanced at them, but they definitely looked way older than me. So,
Okay. Yeah.
and they were standing in
So
front
some
of
kind of
this house.
psychic thing that's happening here, whether somebody's communicating to you or your instincts is going off, but it has served you well thus far. What else?
Another time. Okay, so this story. Let's see. No, I'll do the other one first because which one happened first? Let me think. The longer one happened first. I'll tell you the shorter one that happened a year or two later. The same kind of thing. I was driving. I had stopped at a light. At the time, I was using a CD, like a portable CD player, hooked up with a tape adapter into the radio. That's what a lot of us did at the time. I had enough time to click the track, like push play, click it a few clicks up while I'm looking around to make sure no cars are coming. And I make a left turn, and somebody was speeding so fast coming the other way around it was like a curve on my left. As I was turning, she clobbered me. Now, this is the worst I've ever been hurt, too, by the way. This was not good. But I heard right as it was about to happen, turn. And I cut the wheel so that she didn't hit me head on. She hit me slightly on the side instead. Because she hit me on the side and not the front, this little geostorm that would have crumpled in the front, the airbag saved me. My head still impacted the windshield and the steering wheel, but because it was off to the side and not dead on, my neck didn't get snapped or my head mangled or whatever would have happened if it, because she was driving a van. And that was obviously a lot more mass slamming into my car. So again, something saved my life. Now, I did have my head split and I had to get staples and things like that, and blood was pouring down. And I remember thinking, oh my God, what the hell just happened? But I wasn't dead. And as far as I know, no permanent damage. I mean, I'm still can think fairly clearly, I think.
Yeah,
That's the
but
last one of
yeah.
those I remember as far as like saving my life kind of stuff. There was one that happened a few years earlier that was very significant. We used to play around. A lot of my friends like to mess around with the occult and like playing with Ouija boards and summoning shit and just doing things if you don't know what you're doing, you could get yourself into, if you literally put forth enough energy, you can make things happen. Like things can happen. There is a reality to this shit. A lot of people play around with it and nothing happens, but not always. So one time a group of us were up in the woods going up to Back Mountain. There's this area we knew about where you could, most of the way up the mountain, there's plenty of room to park and you can get out and walk down into this area where it's actually really pretty, but big open area. And there's a like a cliff with a stream down there where you definitely don't want to fall in because you will die. So we went down there right before the cliff. And my friend, the one who saw our friend kill himself, in fact, Jimmy, he decides that everybody starts a fire and he decides, this was his idea. I'm going to call upon the spirit of truth and justice is what he called it. Now, thankfully, I've always been extremely strong-willed and able to like, I don't know how to explain this stuff. Like I could put up barriers, like in my mind, I'm like, you can't harm me. I've never been afraid of this stuff. Like no matter what we do, no matter where we would go ghost hunting, like go walking in the woods and stuff. I would throw up a mental barrier, like a spiritual barrier, and I'd just, you can't harm me. My will is stronger than yours. And that's always proven true to this day. No spirit thing has ever been able to mess with me, thankfully. So they do this. Everybody joins hands, and the fire starts getting a little funny. Like you can kind of see it starting to dance as he's trying to do this summoning thing. He's kind of making up on the spot. Now, I've always had this ability when there's a lot of energy in an area, for lack of a better term, I can see it. It's indistinct. It looks like old-fashioned TV snow. If anybody is old enough to know what I'm talking about, like when you're trying to dial in an old school TV without the white part, like the background's white and you see all the little colors. It looks like that without the white part. So if I know walking into something, if there's energy there of a spiritual nature, because I will see it, and it's never let me down. Like if I walk into something, I might, and I see a lot of that, I'll start feeling cold spots. Like there's stuff going on that I can't perceive, but I know that there's some kind of activity there, whatever that means. So indeed, I started seeing that color stuff start happening as he's going deeper and deeper into this, trying to get a spiritual thing to show up. And I see some shadowy things up in the tree that was by us. And then coming down the path, because there was only a singular path to get to this area, I saw a big just splotch, like a shadowy figure walking towards us. And I was like, and I'm such a brash douchebag sometimes. I start laughing to myself. I'm like, that's not good. But I still wasn't afraid. I don't know why. I'm not afraid of this shit. I'm like, you can't hurt me. You're probably going to fuck with somebody else, though. And oh my God, was I right? Because one of the guys that's there has always been very weak-willed. His name's Jeff. I don't want to give out last names because that's rude. But anyway, this whole thing starts. Jimmy kind of finally gives up. And this black figure had just kind of come and faded out as it was coming towards our circle. Out of the blue, Jeff turns around, starts stomping back up the mountain. And everybody goes and starts following him. And they try and stop him. And he doesn't say anything. And he kind of has a weird look on his face. And he keeps going all the way up to the top of the hill. And then until we're back to the cars, which is up a path, like you got to walk up. It's kind of steep. Back to the cars. Then he started acting normal again. He's like, I don't know why I did that, kind of a thing, you know? He's just like, I just felt like I had to get out of there, I think is what he said. So, okay, well, that's odd. A few weeks later, that guy, Jeff, myself, the girl I was dating at the time, and another female friend who ended up marrying one of my best friends were hanging out in a mall parking lot at night. Jeff had driven us. I was kind of leaning back. You know, you can kind of half sit on a car. I'm just kind of leaning on it a little bit. Well, we're just chit-chatting, and I'm half leaning on Jeff's car. Out of the blue, Jeff gets in the car, turns it on, like real quick, just gets in, turns it on. It's one of the older kind of cars that has the crank on the side as opposed to the shifter on the floor. I see him do this, but it was real, like he was so fast about it. Puts it in gear, slams on the gas, and my instincts go off, and my arm shoots out, and I grab the antenna, and it doesn't take long for a car to get up to enough speed to kill a human being. And I look back to go, what the fuck are you doing? And I almost got that out, and then I see his face. And his face is contorted, like I couldn't even do it. It was like contorted into almost like a rage. And his eyes are rolled so far in the back of his head, there's no way in hell he could see what was going on in front of him. Now, this is one of the most peculiar things that ever happened to me, because I actually have two sets of memories of this event. I have linear time and I have nonlinear time. So what happens in linear time is that I don't really know how long this took place, because I did actually get hurt. Like I got a concussion from this, but it wasn't very long. He cuts the wheel. I fly off the car, and apparently I'm rendered unconscious. In my conscious memory, I jumped up and went, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. I don't know why I did that, but I did. And the three people around me, him included, jumped back like startled, because apparently I was unconscious for like 30 to 60 seconds, and they thought maybe I was even killed. They didn't know. Now I have a second set of memories where I saw this entire event playing out from way across the parking lot. Like I see it happening, watching the car very small, and I could feel the wind as I'm like flying through the air. And then I feel the impact, and it's like a quick flash of light. And then obviously when you get hit that hard on the head, you're knocked unconscious. And then I snapped awake, and I'm back again. Come to find out, I had to go to the hospital, get staples in my head. And I was okay.
What did you hit?
The concrete. Again, probably should have killed me. They, like I said, they weren't sure. They thought I was dead. Like weren't sure if I was even breathing. And to give everyone context, years later, I saw the Two Towers movie, the Lord of the Rings Two Towers, and there's the event where Gandalf fights the Balrog and he dies. Gandalf the Grey dies. Like, they explain this better in the book, but he dies and he gets kicked back because he's actually a spiritual being in a physical form. It's like, your job's not done. He gets kicked back and he's now Gandalf the White. Because Gandalf the Grey actually did die there in that event. And then he goes on to finish his mission. When I saw that, it reminded me of this whole event with this demonic thing that had possessed this guy, that I wasn't supposed to die yet because my mission wasn't done yet. And it like just felt so familiar, even though it was like an unrealistic fantasy story. It was like, it still stirred that real memory in me. And it reminded me of that. And maybe I was out of my body and I just don't remember consciously. But when I came back, I clearly was not dead. I don't think I'm dead, or else I have been dead a long time now. And I don't know. It still took me many, many years to start doing anything that affected people on a worldwide scale like I do now. And that's only minimal. So, yeah, I don't know. That's the last one where I thought, well, like I said, that one happened before the other one, but this one was a lot longer of a story. I should have died, but didn't. So I had that happen, 4 or 5 times in my life. But those aren't the only spiritual things I've seen.
Well, let me just ask about your friend Jeff, who was trying to drive. Like, was he possessed? I mean, do you think that something like that was happening?
Had to have been. There's no way he could see the roads.
Right.
Like, when I was almost to the windshield, like I was flipped over looking in the windshield of the car, so he wasn't that far in front of me. I could clearly see him. And I was like, and I remember thinking this too. I was like, oh shit. And I knew exactly what it was. It was whatever Jimmy was fucking with out in the woods. Like, it's the same thing. Like, my instincts told me, is like, that's what happens when you fuck around with things you shouldn't be fucking around with. And it couldn't hurt me spiritually, but I'm still a physical man, and that body can be broken. And
did you have a conversation with Jeff afterwards about like what he remembers from that incident?
He didn't. His answer, I was like, why did you do that? And he just kind of looked really befuddled. And he's like, I remember him even kind of pausing and stuttering. He goes like, I don't know why I did that. And I let it drop because I knew, because I was the one who could see him. Like, no, dude, you got possessed. It's crazy shit.
Straight out, yeah. Oh my goodness. What about some other paranormal events would you like to get into that you want to share with us?
I've seen a couple other interesting things. Going back to my friend who shot himself right after this happened.
Jimmy.
Right, he wasn't there. One of my other friends was with me, and the one who's now a bass player in a professional band, because we pushed him to pick up the instrument. We were visiting the girl he was dating, and let me see if I can paint the picture properly. We're against their couch, and their stairway upstairs was across from us, and her back was to the staircase, but Aaron and I were facing towards the staircase, and she was obviously upset. I mean, he just died, and we're talking about it, and I see him at the same time I shoot, like his head shoots over, like right when my eyes shoot over. Bernie was standing on the staircase for a second, looking at us, and it only lasted a moment, but it's like he saw what I saw at the same moment I saw it, because I saw his head move at the same time. Like, what the hell? And it only lasted a moment, and then we didn't say anything in front of the girl, and then we talked about it afterwards. I was like, did you see Bernie? He's like, you did see it. Like, because he knew just like I knew. So we confirmed to each other that we both saw him, and we both said the same thing. He was only there a moment, but he was there enough that we could consciously see him for a moment.
Wow. But it's great that somebody else was able to see that. Otherwise, you know, it'd be always a kind of a question in your mind about like, did I see that or not see that? What you know? But if you have somebody else to be able to confirm that with, and then they're like thinking the same thing about you, then you know, that's good.
So there's that one. Let's see. A few years later, in the 90s, There's this one I always jokingly called him that we met the devil. There's a used tire place around the corner from my mom's house, and actually, the guy who was playing drums for me in the one original band, that was his brother's business, and he worked for his brother. So I was very, very familiar. Like I was around that area all the time. I mean, it was real close to my house anyway. But there was three more people with me, and we were walking back to my mom's house from that same area where I had seen the UFOs a few years earlier. We're walking past the side door of it's a tire place. It's a used tire business. And right in my peripheral vision, a human male figure walks out of the door. I don't mean opens the door. I mean materializes through the door. And I look back and I see some of the other guys are kind of like doing a similar kind of thing. And we go back to my mom's house around the corner and we're like, did you see that? And they're like, yeah. So we get in Jonah's car and drive all the way around the block and come back around because it's a one way. You have to go the other way around. And this person, this individual, this being is walking in front of the building now, but he was slightly off the ground. He was not walking. His feet were not
Like there's space between the ground and his feet.
Little space, like he was slightly hovering. And he looks at us as we're driving.
Like he was
by.
doing the walking motion. Was he walking motion, like, or was he like kind of like just floating?
No, well, he was walking slowly, like he had. I guess in the meantime, in the time that it took us to go around, he had walked from the side of the building to the front of the building. We go around again, and now he's leaning back, kind of against the wall, and smirks at us. And we're like, holy shit! And Jonah finally goes, "I'm gonna go back and talk to him." Drives back around again, and he was gone.
Was there a shadow? What did he look like? What was he wearing?
He had sandy blonde hair that was kind of short, and he had like a maroon sweater on. That's what I remember. And just like khaki pants or like something mundane. Like he looked very mundane other than the supernatural things he was doing.
Yeah, but like the smirk and the look, basically saying like, you guys see me, kind of deal.
Yeah,
and
it was that kind of
I
thing.
want you guys to know.
I'm here. And again, I'm kind of ballsy, but Jonah actually got up the nerve first. He's like, I'm going to go back and I'm going to confront him. I was like, okay. And I was going to back him up anyway. I was going to walk up with him, but he was gone the next time we came back around the block.
Wow, crazy.
Yeah, so that was
very vivid.
Yeah, it was yet another in a long line of crazy things I've seen. Let me think. What other ones? When my dad died in 2014, he had organ failure. It was kind of like one thing to the other, to the other, to the other. And his body just kind of shut down, and he passed away as they were giving him medication to go peacefully. And I remember being in the room, and we were there a couple of hours, and I started seeing that TV snow look again. And I look over in the corner and I see like almost like a very indistinct. I've never been able to see these things clearly. Like you hear a lot of these psychic people say where they're describing things in like really big detail. I don't see that. I just kind of see at best indistinct shadows that might have a slight shape to them. So it's not ever like watching a TV show to me. So I'm always kind of guessing what I'm being shown. But it looked like almost like a portal, and I could kind of sort of see a figure very indistinctly there. And I remember thinking right at that moment, I was like, oh, I bet he just passed. And whatever happens when that happens is going on right this second. And you think, you know how it is when you think in your head, it's a lot quicker than speaking it in words. And I look over, and sure enough, he had stopped breathing. And I look back, and a few moments later, the whole thing just faded away. So that's when he passed.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's significant for sure. I mean, I think probably, wouldn't you say that was like your father's spirit or something that was something that you're experiencing?
Well, it was either his spirit
What
or
would you?
somebody coming to meet him as he was leaving. I
Okay.
mean, it's hard to say. I didn't see anything cross the room You know what I mean? Like I didn't see anything go from where he was laying in bed over to the corner where I was seeing this. So, but it could have been. I mean, I really don't know.
Yeah, yeah, amazing. So, do you have any more paranormal stories that you want to share? Because I would like to ask you about your life in Louisiana, and obviously we're going to have to get Rose into the mix a little bit because she's a part of the team over there, and we'll definitely go into the whole Crow 777 radio and how that all began. So, do you want to share more stories about paranormal experiences, and we can move into that phase of your life, perhaps?
I mean, there's been a few other things, but I think it's safe to move on. I think I've made the point that I've had a lot of crazy experiences to help shape the person I am now and why I'm so open and accepting of things that are beyond the mundane. So yeah, we can move into the later time, which would
Okay.
be after I left, or actually, well, no, I'm getting that wrong. So I was living on my own, and I had started the Secrets of Saturn YouTube channel and done some shows. And how Crow and I met, I was reaching out to anybody I could who I thought was interesting to do shows with. We had a
What
mutual
year was this?
2014, I think.
Okay. So, like, you already moved to Louisiana and you had a relationship with a lady, and then you were working at
Guitar
the music
Center.
store,
Yeah.
the
And then that
Guitar
relationship
Center, and then
failed, and I was on my own.
and yeah, and then you're doing well over there at Guitar Center, and then you
Mhm.
decide to make your was it just exclusively a YouTube channel that you were doing at that time?
Yeah, I'd started the Secrets, same one I still have now. I had started that channel
Yeah,
and
yeah.
started doing shows. And there was a guy I had met on Facebook who actually knew a whole bunch of people. He had lived with Jordan Maxwell for a while. He even had pictures to prove it. And he had people's numbers. And he was helping me get started because he knew I had a good voice for this and the personality for it. And he was just hooking me up with people. Uh, like if you look back to all my earlier shows, a whole bunch of those early ones were people that he had already been speaking to and was sending over to help me kickstart the show. So that's how that started. And then once I stopped talking to him, he kind of had emotional issues. I found out he was doing a lot of drugs. Like I found out that he was doing DMT like crazy. And I don't know if he just snapped or I don't know what happened because I knew his girlfriend and she told me he had gotten violent. Like I don't like talking bad about people. It's not my thing. But apparently like a
Right.
bunch of shit went down. And he actually cut me and apparently everyone out of his life. Just never heard from him again after that. So, and that's when I had spoken to the girlfriend, and she was filling me in that he was going batshit crazy. But whatever, doesn't matter. I had used that as a springboard to get myself going doing the podcasting thing, and there was this really cool dude named James Alfred who I had reached out to and done a show with, and he knew Crow already. This is back when Crow was looking into the Hattie Bow stuff that he eventually let go of because it was just so out there. It's like we can't prove any of this. Like we tried looking up on forums. Like this could all be science fiction. I mean, it's fascinating and it's interesting, but we can't back it even up. And even at that early point, Crow and I both kind of had the same mentality that hey, if we're gonna be talking about stuff, let's kind of try and have some kind of basis of evidence to put out about the topic. And Crow, this is at the time, if I remember correctly, Crow was doing his cross-country trip. So I didn't hear from him at first, but James Alfred and I had done the show and started chit-chatting even off the air. Like afterwards, we became just email correspondence as friends. And he told Crow, Jason's really cool. He seems like he's really smart. You should go do a show with him. And Crow and I did a show together, and then I did a few more. And then I suggested to Crow because other people at this is after he'd shot the lunar wave, like a year plus, like 2 years, I guess, at this point. And a few other people had shot the lunar wave. And I said, why don't we do a lunar wave roundtable? That would be an interesting show. And I'll just moderate, between all you guys to compare and contrast what your experiences were. So we did that, and that went very well. And shortly after that, and I was still doing my thing alone, and then Crow started his show, and he and I were talking, started to become friends. And then Rose always knows these episode numbers. However many couple in, he had asked me to start doing them with him. And I said, sure. And then eventually, I think it was like in the 30s. I remember one time he had asked me about doing a reverse interview. He's like, "Can you think of things to ask me, like as if listeners were watching the material, all the, because this is when he was putting out all his Crow Discovery Project stuff, the telescope work. Like this is when he was doing all this stuff." And I said, "Yeah, that should be easy enough." And I did that, and that show went really well. And it was obvious from the get-go that Crow and I had chemistry with each other. And then I started writing some shows, like pulling notes together, and we do shows not consecutively, but I do some with him. And then eventually, I remember the day he called me. I was behind the accessories counter at Guitar Center, and he calls me on the phone while I'm working. And I was like, "Oh, it's Crow." And I answer it. He's like, "Do you want to just do this thing with me?" I was like, "You mean like all the time?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Okay, sure." He's like, "Cool. Think of something to do for the next show." I was like, "Okay." And I did right there, like whatever it was. I think it was, might have been the aliens, the UFO, the Roswell one. I don't remember exactly, but I was always good to come up with ideas if he didn't have one. And that was it. From that point on, we did weekly shows together. Little
Well,
ways into
and what
it.
year was this? When you guys first started?
I guess that would be 2016.
Okay, so wow, you guys been running
Or
for 8
17?
years now ish, eight
Yeah, I'm
nine
trying to remember.
years.
16 or 17, somewhere around. It's in that
Okay.
ballpark. In that ballpark. So
And
we
was
started.
Rose already a part of the crew at this point, or she kind of showed up later?
Oh, it had to be 16 because I saw Rose. Well, we saw each other at the Free Your Mind 4 conference in the like a suburb of Philadelphia. She was there and I saw her and she saw me, but we didn't know each other. And we ended up,
Okay.
we don't even remember who spoke to who first, but we ended up chatting on Facebook. That's how our relationship started. So we both remembered seeing each other, and I remember thinking that girl's really cute, and she was thinking that guy's really, really good looking. She thought I looked German, I think she said, like the way I was dressed and just my whole look and demeanor. She saw me, I think, if I remember correctly, she saw me when I was standing next to Mark Devlin, and I have that picture still because I'd already gotten to know him.
Was Rose into German guys or something, or I mean, like,
Well, she likes a lot of
why?
European metal and stuff like that, so maybe I have to ask her.
So that's interesting. So you guys talk to each other at a meetup or at a conference, and
We didn't
then
talk to each other.
you
We
don't
just
really
saw each
remember.
No, we just saw each other from a distance. We never spoke. We didn't start speaking till probably months later on Facebook.
And then she reached out to you on Facebook. I mean, you guys were friends on Facebook because of the meetup, or how do you
That's
guys
the
get to
thing.
know each other?
I can't remember, and neither can she, which one of us added the other. It's kind of weird. I just remember us talking on Messenger, I think, and then I don't know, and then we just started talking more and more. And she was in a bad situation with the dude at the time, and then
Right. Yeah.
that went sour. And I don't know how much she's talked about in her life, but I'll leave that to her to discuss.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
eventually that went really bad, and I ended up just taking a chance and saying, "Well, why don't you just come here and stay with me?" And I don't even know exactly why I did that. It just kind of.
Well, I mean, maybe it's that instinct that saved your life all along. That's telling you the same thing. I mean, it's so far worked out thus far, right?
I guess I'm just I'm along for the ride.
Okay.
So yeah,
I
mean,
won't pry into it anymore.
well,
I mean,
I don't have
obviously,
anything
you
else
guys
to
are all
say about
working
it. I don't
together.
know. I mean, it's not like I'm holding anything back. I don't really know. It just sometimes things are flowing in a direction. You just go with it, and then sometimes bad things happen. Sometimes good things happen.
Well, I mean, okay, like the whole Crow 777 radio is a hit, and like everybody in the truth community, I mean, like it's a truth radio program, right? And like how would you describe Rose? Like she's the producer of the show at this point, slash secretary.
Yeah, I mean, we never gave her a title, but she does a lot of emails. Not all of them. Crow has to handle some of the stuff, but she handles a lot of email correspondence. She handles the vast majority of guests as far as getting things going. Speaking, especially if they're
Like
new
vetting
people.
people, you got to vet people though too, right?
The initial vetting, right, before we have, because the way we do the shows are if we're meeting somebody new, If there seems to be something of substance there that's worth trying, then we set up a Zoom meeting and we all chit chat and see if there's really a show there.
Right, right.
And most of the time it's fine. Every now and then you get a weirdo. I remember this one guy was like a complete jackass, just very overbearing, and started yelling, and Crow actually yelled at him. It's like, hey, we're trying to talk here. We're trying to have a civil conversation. And it's like, we just never called him back.
What? Really?
We don't know what
I cannot imagine.
Yeah, it was weird. And because I was the same way, where he's like, I'm not done talking. And the Crow's like, hey, like one of the few times that I've ever seen that happen. It was just a weird situation. Like clearly there was some bad energy going on there, whatever was going on in this guy's head. And then finally he's like, you're right, I'm sorry. And we just never got back to him. It's like, well, we don't want that kind of energy around. Like if he's having problems or he thinks that highly of himself, there's plenty of other people we can talk to. As a matter of fact, Crow and I don't need guests. I mean, the bulk of the show building up to where we're at now, where we're known, was he and I, and the vast majority of them were me writing it and then me presenting the notes and Crow commenting and us having discussion on the notes. So a very large chunk of those shows I researched and wrote them. Not everything. I would never claim I did everything, but I did a lot of it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like you guys are encroaching how many episodes so far? Like 600 something, right? Maybe even 700?
We're at least at 600 if I had to guess. It's just the numbering. Sometimes we did 0.5s and stuff got inserted, but we're probably at least at 600. But as far as numbers, like what I've got sitting on my hard drive right now is the last one is 578. Tomorrow will be 579. But we're a couple weeks ahead. We try to stay ahead because I do a lot of production work on these things. We don't just record a conversation. I highly edit and produce these things with a lot of professional tools. So not edit for content, but edit for cleanliness. Like I take out pauses and coughs and like all the little things. I take all that out because to me, this isn't just two people or three people having a conversation. Like their lessons, like the information, like I put a lot of work into a lot of these shows as far as hunting down information, try and present the best information I can find. And I mean, this is important to me. This means a lot to me as it does to Crow. And we're presenting this information so that other people can take it and learn from it. So I don't want distractions like people going, like a lot of people do, or they say, I mean, I remember one guy, a real nice fellow, he literally said the word, 6-7 times in one sentence. And I took them all out. It took me 8 hours to edit a 2-hour show, but I took them all out. I want to bang half a wall done. But he was such a poor speaker that's the kind of dedication I have to this stuff.
I mean, on average, would you say that you spend like 4 to 6 hours editing
4 hours
for 2 hours?
4 hours, and the ones that it's just Crow and me where I'm reading from the notes. Thankfully, I've heard my own voice in the way I do things so many times now. I have very minimal editing unless I cough or something. I mean, I'm still human. It happens. Or I trip on a word. Again, I'm human. It happens. But the shows where it's just he and I fly through those way quicker because I have to do so minimal editing in comparison to anybody else who really hems and haws a lot. And we try, if somebody's a very poor speaker right off the bat, we just don't have them on.
Right.
Some people like make noises. There was one older fellow, really nice guy. I don't know what this noise was. I strongly suspect it was something in his nose. And it was like a click sound, but you could tell when it was when he was breathing, and it was like a click, click, click. And I got rid of most of them, but again, it took me hours and hours of I had to go through every phrase that he spoke. I had to sit there and listen to it back. Like I couldn't skip through things. Like with Crow, the only things I really take out are if he says or has a long pause, I'll shorten it so it's not like dead air. And I know what what's funny is I know on the waveform, I use a program called Persona Studio One. I know what his ums look like because it draws the waveform. I barely ever have to listen to Crow because I go, oh, that's where he said and I just go in, I cut it, move it over, fade it together. Fades are like the greatest thing in a digital audio editor that most people don't realize. Fades will fix so much that like I hear a lot of people, like when you listen to videos, they do edits and things. They don't use fades because you can hear the breathing cut, and it sounds weird. At least it does to me, because I do this stuff so much. If you fade them, it sounds, and you put the time, you retime it that little bit, it makes all the difference in the world, and sounds like the conversation is just flowing. And I take out the breaths at the beginning so that there's not all these distracting noises, and you don't even realize when you listen to the show. Because I've had people, when I've explained this before, like, I don't even realize you do that. I'm like, of course you don't, because it's flowing nicely. It's not distracting. So even though it's a huge pain in the ass to do it, it is absolutely worth it to do it.
Yeah, and did you do that? Do this thing of like editing from the get go, or did it come like later? And when you first like started recording and hearing the voices, and you're like, oh, it would be good to like edit all this stuff out. What
Yeah,
happened?
I've thought about that, and I haven't really gone back and listened to them. Maybe Rose knows better than me. I did do some editing, but nowhere near to the hyper editing I do now, where it's super flowy. So I think it was a gradual thing. Like, I got more picky as time went on, and just got better at putting, because I've heard some of our older stuff, like Rose will replay them. Sometimes I'll hear it and I'm like, oh, I wouldn't let that fly now. But it's also because I've just gotten so much better at it. I mean, when you do something for hundreds of hours at this point, you get really good at it. At least you should be. So it's like what I'm hearing of things that I would doctor up just to make it flow better, I may not have done 5 years ago because I just didn't really know. So it's that kind of thing.
Well, amazing. And obviously, in my opinion, a lot of people within the truth community, of course, they have a lot of respect for the show, and you guys are considered like top shelf, I would say for sure, in terms of radio. I mean, there's other truth or radio programs out there, but is there a particular direction that you guys are thinking about going with Crow 777 Radio? Obviously, the truth and all this kind of stuff, but what kind of guests are you guys are like kind of looking out for? Like, is there a direction that you're heading with, or is there a pattern that's emerging? I'm not sure if I'm asking this question correctly.
Well, I know what you're saying. I like early on, we didn't have a lot of guests early on. It was a lot fewer and far between. We started having a lot more guests on when the fake pandemic happened, when Crow decided he wanted to go to 2 shows a week. Well, that was a lot more to write shows that quickly and make them as good as we wanted them to be. So we started having a lot more guests just so we can get the shows out. But there's also a lot more going on at the time with people fighting back against all that crap. So it kind of balanced itself out. We put out twice as many shows, but there was information coming at us, and it just worked. And not too long ago, just the end of last year, we finally went back to 1 show, which freed us up to do other things. The primary one, to kind of answer what you're asking, is Crow, since he did the whole moon thing and put all that research out, now he's focusing on the sun, and he's just getting into it. He's got this big learning curve because he said it's a very big difference with the equipment and the technology. First of all, the technology has leaped from over 10 years ago when he did the last research splurge with the moon, but the solar stuff is actually way more intricate than just the telescope with a camera on it and letting it track the moon and sit there for 8 hours. It's way more intricate than that. There's all this computerized crap. I don't even know that much about it. I mean, I know what an H alpha telescope is, but there's all this stuff that's just so much more detailed, and he's got this big learning curve that he's fighting through. So he's released a couple of images, and I'm so disappointed. I gotta be blunt here about this. I've seen people are posting the stuff, and then you have all these numpties on there going, oh, that's fake. Oh, that's CGI. The sun doesn't have prominences and like flares coming off. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, yes, it does. Like, you can challenge what the notion of our world is and all that, but you're challenging basic stuff that has been known for, I don't know, a century or more. Tons of people, amateur people, have taken pictures of the sun and captured the prominences coming off of it. For people just to automatically like, and also this is not NASA putting stuff out, which you have you're smart if you challenge that because they've shown us so much bullshit. But this is Crow 777, the guy who captured the lunar wave 5-6 times, put it out there. We did a whole film with all these captures that he did, all this amazing shit. And people are going to accuse him of putting out CGI and fake shit. Like, he was instrumental in this movement that you all claim to be a part of, right? Like, people who don't even know him lean on his work and use his name. Yeah.
Well, I
Really
mean,
irritating
that's
me.
very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate, and I don't know. Haters are gonna hate, and this word like shill and grifter and all these kind of like negative stuff that it gets tossed out very easily without any substance. It almost loses meaning, really. When it's just getting when people are being labeled without any substance. Like why would they be doing this? I have no idea.
Well,
Maybe
there's a
there's
couple things
jealousy
I've seen.
involved.
Some people like to
Yeah, go
shill
ahead.
call if they don't like and or agree with the information. So you must be a shill putting out fake information because I don't think what you're saying is real. Sorry, Bucko, you don't know everything, just like we don't know everything. We're investigating things. We're trying to figure things out. Like, you automatically assume that a picture of the sun that Crow took as a still shot from a video he shot, because it had solar flares, it's automatically one idiot said it was a hairball, picture of a hairball. I was like, you out of your freaking mind. Like, I told them off. I was like, what the hell is wrong with you people? Like, I'm so disappointed that this community is producing numpties like you. Like, you're supposed to challenge things logically, not just say, like, automatically she'll call everything and everyone like they do to people that I've known for years now and I'm friends with. It's like, enough with the infighting. Just because somebody makes money doing something does not mean that there's some kind of government agent or whatever bullshit is in your head. I used to have this same problem. I've used this analogy so many times now. When you're doing bands and you're trying to make music and things like that, people always want you to just do everything for free, give everything away for free. Like, clubs never want to pay you if you're, especially with original bands. This is really true. They want you to do all this stuff, go in the studio, especially back in the day when studios cost a lot and you didn't have one sitting in your house, and then just give it all away for free after it cost you God knows how much to do all this crap. It's same thing with artists who paint. Like, people just don't appreciate the art and effort that goes into it, and you shouldn't be wanting to live off of that. But these same idiots that will bitch about that will have no problem going and giving Disney $50 for the new shitty Star Wars movie that sucks ass anyway, because it's an official thing, so they can pay for that. You see the problem here. So if
So
anybody makes
yeah,
money now, that automatically certain idiots will think that there's something wrong here. It's like, well, I was able to leave my job because Crow 777 grew enough in subscribership that it's paying my electric bill now, instead of me having to go suck the corporate teat to try and get by and still have enough time to do the work that we do. Do you know how much I've been able to do more, considerably more, since I don't have to spend 10, 12 hours as a manager on a salary, getting used and abused by a company like they all do? No, this is what I do. So that's wonderful that we have a subscribership that pays us enough. I mean, we're not rich or anything, but we can afford to live now. And there's nothing
right.
wrong with that.
Yeah,
That's
I
not a
mean,
bad thing.
no. No, it's great. I mean, like, does anybody out there who is doing whatever that they're doing for quote unquote free? Like, you can be I don't know, like a waiter or like gas station attendant or whatever. It doesn't matter. Like,
Right.
are you going to pump gas for free? Are you going to, pack groceries for free? Are you going to stock for free? Are you going to do DoorDash for free? I mean, like, so all these things, cost money, and you have to get paid for your time, right? And if you're and it's actually ultimately it's the business between you and your audience anyways. Like, if they feel that you're putting out content that is valuable to them and they're willing to spend whatever amount of money, to support your organization, that's their business. But I guess, again, like with the whole idea of free speech, people say, well, I have the right to say that you're a grifter because of free speech, but like, it's again this kind of a labeling of people and kind of putting people into a pedestal, not a pedestal, but like into like a category where it's like, oh, you guys are doing wrong things or whatever because you're quote unquote making money. I guess the real crux of the issue, the way I see it, is that if when money gets involved with anything, is the money becomes a priority or the truth becomes a priority, and it's like only the people who are listening to that content can judge that information for themselves, really, and then the heart of your own self, and Crow knows his own heart, and so your intention is lined with this idea of keeping everything at the highest, how would I say, like a quality, right? In terms of presenting the truth. What do you think about all that?
Well, yeah, I mean, you nailed it. If you appreciate someone's work, no matter what that work is, should they do it for free? And it goes right back to what I said before. If they're doing it for free and they still got to work a job to pay their life's whatever they need in life to survive, it's obviously going to now take time away from that work. So if you like what someone does, support it, whether that's a band or an artist. I have a friend who's a painter, and now she's successful. And she's so grateful that her paintings now bring in money enough that she doesn't have to work anywhere. Like that kind of thing. Like when you are good at what you do and you finally start getting money in to compensate you for all the effort you put in for whatever you're passionate about, that's a wonderful thing. And those people should be supported if it's something that you believe in. So thankfully, we don't grow massively in numbers, but we are pretty consistent, thankfully. And it's enough that Crow and I can pay our bills. Now, I'm not buying Mercedes cars and things like that, and I don't own 6 homes and all that, but I pay my bills and we live comfortably. What more could I ask for?
No, I mean, that's great. I mean, that's what, to me, really the true meaning of success is doing what you want and being good at the things that you do, and you are actually contributing positively to society, and having I would say, a very harmonious and healthy lifestyle. I think those are all really a good thing towards what it means to be a success. I mean, maybe you can say that you could make millions of dollars doing something else. I don't know what, but that doesn't necessarily equate to success in my book, because, like, the whole idea of being here as some part of this, like, entanglement of the spiritual world and all this kind of stuff, in my mind, is that you are fulfilling a purpose, and you have to also feel good about yourself. I think these are important things, and in order for one to feel good about themselves, they have to have some principles. They have to have some values. This is just my opinion, but without these things, like, where are we really going in terms of humanity?
Right. So getting back to the whole shill calling, I think sometimes it's jealousy. Sometimes if it's stuff that people just like, I know there's a big thing in the flat earth community that I'm friends with a lot of those people. I don't take sides. I mean, you can't prove any of it unless you've got the kind of money to get up in rockets, and I don't really see that happening. So you can't really 100% prove anything. Challenge it and look for evidence. But if one person gets all bent out of shape because another person likes a particular map or model or whatever, and you think that the other person must be some kind of psyop agent over their choice because they lean towards one thing or another, well, I'm going to be blunt here. That's fucking stupid, because neither one of you knows for sure.
So you would not label yourself as a flat earther or anti-glober, or would you label yourself anything at all? Like, is there
I don't
any
like labels.
cosmology that you adhere to? What have you come to accept or not accept or completely reject? Where's the category here? Like, like, how do we narrow it down for yourself? Just for your own self.
Well, I don't challenge. Well, I don't like labels. So I challenge everything. And I know something is wrong with what we're being told from whatever you want to call it, the powers that be. Something is wrong because they show us bullshit, obvious bullshit. If they're showing us bullshit, something is being hidden. I just don't know
Okay, what is
exactly
the
what.
obvious bullshit, though? What is the obvious
Like
bullshit you're
NASA
referring
stuff,
to?
when they show us stuff that's supposed to be from
Okay.
space. And I'm into filmmaking and special effects and all that kind of stuff. Well, simple stuff like with the moon landing, that I know that ectochrome film can't survive the temperatures that are supposed to be there. Things like that. There was no adequate shielding to not damage the film. And yet they have these gorgeous, glorious 35 millimeter prints and shot on the best cameras at the time, which were Hasselblads. Like, that's not really
Yep.
possible. That's not really possible. And I've heard I remember seeing an interview with a Hasselblad engineer who said, "Yeah, I don't know how this would have come out like that." So it's like they know, like some people know.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's just one example. But then there's all the crap that, I mean, everybody has seen this stuff now. Anybody who's into this stuff, how many things from space have we seen where you could literally see wires on the space station, or blue screen, green screen effects failing. Like if you, this is the example I always give. If you have a single point source, meaning a single camera, and that's the only thing that is taking an image, that means there's one video layer. You might have a secondary layer if you put a logo or something on there, like if it says NASA or whatever you want to say, or like if you're watching a television station, they put their, it's TV 56, whatever that it happens to be. All right, that's a second video layer. What is not present is any other video layers where the image you're actually looking at of the shot of the space station of an astronaut or astronauts on a space station, that image should be comped together because it's a single point source pointing at a single event. For the astronauts to fuzz out digitally, no less. I mean, it's an obvious digital, you know what digital looks like. It's square. That's not what nature doesn't do that for the most part. I mean, there are very rare exceptions, but for the most part, nature doesn't do hard lines like that. Nature does things in round things and things like that. But the background is still there, plain as day. Okay, that's not possible with a single point source. So that means that they're showing us poppycock. That doesn't mean that there isn't a space station, and doesn't mean there aren't people there. It means whatever they're giving to us as the public is poppycock. So that makes me ask, why are they doing that? Something is not wanting to be shown to us in the general public. But I can't prove anything beyond that. Other than that, I know, based on my own technical knowledge as somebody who's into filmmaking, that that's bullshit what they're showing me.
Do you think there's curvature on this realm that we're in? Is there curvature, not curvature? Have you looked into that?
A little bit, but I can't
Is that
prove it yet.
provable?
I can't prove it. I can't get up high enough to prove anything. What I do know is, based off of what mainstream science tells us, you cannot see the actual curvature of if we're on a planet, you couldn't see it anyway until you got up to what they call the Kármán line. The Kármán line is about 60 to 70 miles up. Nobody goes that high unless you're in a rocket ship. No plane, nothing. Nothing goes that high. That is the limit where you start getting into what's supposed to be outer space. And I'm not saying I know what that is or is not, but that at that point, if you're looking out at a planet below you, then you can start seeing the curvature, which of course, if you're pulling back further and further, you will start seeing what's actually there. We can't see that as the average person. We have to go by what's shown to us. And how many times have we, as I just said, been shown a bunch of nonsense? I don't know.
What about all these laser tests that people have claimed that they've done, and like these a line of sight, and like the NASA or the academic explanation that we are like 24,900 miles circumference of the Earth, and based on that map, uh, are you busy? Is something going on over there?
My cat is walking on the keyboard for my computer, and I was trying to grab it before she shut the thing off.
Okay, well that's good. Don't let her shut off your
I'm
computer.
moving it. I heard her stomping on it, and I was like, "Uh-oh." Okay, so to answer that question, I'm not satisfied with anything anybody's really demonstrated. At the same time, I'm not convinced anything one way or the other. So I'm very open-minded about all this stuff. If someone's got very good evidence, by all means, I'm very interested in seeing it. Now, I can tell you that Crow is very convinced that we're in a realm and stuff like that. And he bases a lot of what he sees, or what he feels, I guess I should say, off of very old texts, which do discuss a lot of very old, like the 4 pillars of the earth, like all that kind of stuff. Like that's not anything that I've ever heavily delved into. My areas of interest are far more into symbology, the mystery schools, like all that kind of stuff, how religions influence things. And my favorite subject out of all of them is social engineering, because that's stuff that's being done to us and has been done to us for pretty much ever. That's my main areas of focus. Crow's really big on the whole proving that the moon is this or not that, and the sun is this and not that. I don't have those tools, and I don't really want to put all the time into doing that. So I'll let people who really are into that kind of thing present whatever evidence they come up with, which is why I got very annoyed when Crow did put out a couple of pictures showing real evidence, and a bunch of dipshits are attacking it, saying it's fake. And it's like, it's not fake. This is what this guy does, and certainly knows a lot more than you do, apparently.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess there's no way to get around the fact that there are going to be haters, and for whatever reason they exist, and what to do with them. I guess we can ignore them, we can address them, whatever. But they're always going to be around, I suppose, right?
Yeah, there's always going to be that. I'm actually blown away, like just in the flat Earth community, like all the different people who are into the concept of flat Earth. And a huge chunk of that are people that I consider my friends. Like I like these people. I have been at every Flattoberfest presenting because I like all these people and I like what they represent and what they're challenging the mainstream notion of things, and I respect that. And I have presented different subject matters at these things, and I've tried to do a damn good job of it. And people have always enjoyed what I've done. And if I'm invited the next time, I'll go again. So like I'm very open-minded about all this stuff. I personally have never proven to myself any notion of where we're at or what we are existing on. What I do know is the things that we've been discussing for the past couple of hours, and that's that there are things that I have seen with my own eyes. I can't prove them to you, which is why I don't talk about them all that much, because I can't prove them to you. But in my mind, I know what I saw, and I know that there is something beyond the mundane. So that's why I'm incredibly open-minded about everything, because I have seen shit that most people, or at least a lot of people, would just dismiss as nonsense. And I know it's not nonsense. That's about as fair of an answer as I can give, since I can't prove certain things, because I can't hop on a rocket ship and go up there and tell you exactly what I see.
All right. Well, let's change gears a little bit. I want to ask you about like the so-called the elites, the powers that be, the American corporate empire. What is like? I know this is kind of a broad question, but like, what about like the Corporation of America? I mean, obviously, you guys delve, in the show Crow 777 Radio, you guys talk about all kinds of stuff in there. So, and you guys have had a lot of experts who come on who talked about like common what is it, the common law type thing, and like America's corporation. So where are you in terms of, I don't know, this understanding of like what we're dealing with in
Right.
general? Let's
So
go into that.
I am very fond of something Jordan Maxwell, who sadly passed away a few years ago, but he used to say this all the time. Nothing in this world works the way you think it does. Now, if he said that to me, I'd be like, well, I'm with you, brother, because I don't think it works the way the mainstream presents it to us at all. There's so much more to law and banking, like just all the things that make our modern world turn, as it were, figuratively speaking. Man, they just hide everything from us and then keep you guessing and spinning your wheels with two-party systems. And I mean, just the money alone is an out of control. Like you create, like, money is so fake. Like, do you realize, like, when you get a credit card, for instance, I always love pointing this one out. They're not loaning you money. You're signing it into existence when they say, okay, we'll approve you for credit, and they give you a $3,000 credit line. Did they loan you $3,000? Did they take $3,000 out of their bank account and say, here you go, sir, go spend it, have fun, do what you're going to do? No, that got created out of nothing. You signed it into existence with your signature. Well, how did you do that? See, that's that whole, the whole credit system, fractional reserve banking, like all this stuff is just, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous system. Way back in the day, if you had money, quote unquote money, it's because you had something tangible. This is something Crow's always going off about like how gold and silver are tangible things, and all this other crap is just made up nonsense. It doesn't mean anything other than the fact that people are saying that they're going to believe in it. Like the dollar is nothing. There's nothing backing, there's nothing representing that behind the scenes, except maybe the petrodollar. I guess you could make that argument, but even that's getting whittled away at in a really big way these days. So there's so much to this world that most people are just completely unaware of, that once you start learning about it, it could make your head spin. But a lot of people just don't want to be bothered anyway. They're like, yeah, well, my life's good. I've got like I've met plenty of people who have good jobs, and you try and talk to them about the stuff. They just doesn't matter. Their life's good, and I can understand that. I've just never been that. I think if I had millions of dollars sitting in the bank account, which I don't, I'd still be doing the same thing. I'd probably just drive a car that's not shitty.
Okay, so what about the powers that be? Do you think some kind of a nefarious force exists in that way? Is there a power structure? What have you come? I mean, not that you have to come to any conclusions, but do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's clearly, I don't know. I've always wondered this, but even when I've asked Fortune to Saint Germain about this, he always says it's more like deals, like rich people, rich, powerful people doing deals with each other. And I'm sure that is a huge part of it. I don't know if that's necessarily all of it, but he only knows what he's had experience with. All the stuff I've looked at as far as like the mystery schools, and you go back as far as you can in time, and people have always used knowledge as a weapon against the common person. And that's where the mystery schools came from. A lot of this stuff was they were harboring mathematics to themselves, or astrological charts that they now knew how things worked in the heavens and things like that's how a lot of this stuff started with your priest classes and all that. So that kind of thing has been going on for a very, very long time. That's where your secret societies come from and all that. Maybe they have some kind of knowledge that's beyond understanding. I don't know. I'm not part of a secret society, but my father certainly did not come off like he had some kind of great secrets to mankind that only the Freemasons had. He just, and I was even in his, I forgot to mention this actually. When he died, it was kind of sudden. He went to hospice very quickly. The local Freemason lodge he was a part of actually volunteered to do his services. And I didn't know they did this actually. We all went in there. Like I was in there with my daughter who was 14 at the time and my mother who had come down for his passing and all that. I didn't know they let the profane into their halls. So when we went in for the reading of the service, I was like, oh, well, this is interesting. I get to finally put all this crap that I've been learning for however many years now. I get to see if it's actually there where I think it would be. And it was the checkerboard floor and the twin pillars of Joachim and Boaz. Like everything was where I had seen it's supposed to be. Like all that stuff was there. And I'm looking at all this. And that was it was a small town that he lived in. So it was a pretty basic place. But all the things that needed to be there were there. So it wasn't even the most exciting thing. They read out. I mean, really, all they did was read out when he got his degrees, like what year it was when he got. So he became a master mason on this day, and then he rose to the 32nd. And I was like, that's it. Like other than just being mildly respectful about how he was a great pillar of the community or whatever nice they said about him, it was really short, and that was it. And I was like, oh, okay, so this isn't really that big of a deal. Now, granted, it was a whole bunch of non-Masons with a very small group of Masons. So maybe they do more that I'm not privy to. But, I mean, it was very nice, and I very much was happy that they did that to honor my father's passing. But I didn't see anything that blew me away that these people are the masters of the world, that there's some kind of great thing going on. I don't think that, for the most part, I don't think that stuff happens until you get up to higher degrees. Now, there is something to be said about these blood oaths or obligations, as they call them. There is something to be said for that because they are pretty much honor bound to help each other, which can work against those who aren't part of that brotherhood. That is a thing. There's really no doubt about that. That's been admitted many times. But I don't think anything grandiose like earth-shattering kind of stuff, I don't think that happens until you get up into the higher degrees, like that honorary 33rd degree we're talking about. That's where, like, again, Buzz Aldrin was one, and a whole bunch of the guy who ran the engineering department of Apollo, he was the head of that. Well, now you're talking about things that are significant on a worldwide basis. So that's where I think things they start getting really questionable. Like, what the hell are you guys doing?
What about I mean, the cover-ups of did we go to the moon? A lot of people say like we didn't go to the moon. I personally don't feel like we went to the moon. But some people say, well, like up front, they showed you that we went to the moon, and then that didn't really happen the way they presented it. But behind the scenes, that we did go to the moon. Do you have any thoughts on that
Yeah.
about like these type of cover-ups? And yeah, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, in my opinion, on what I know about filmmaking, what they showed us, for the most part, shouldn't have survived what they tell us space is like. That's what I was saying earlier about photographs and things like that. Based off of the things that they have told us, I don't know how what they showed us could be an accurate representation. That doesn't mean that they didn't go. What I take that to mean is they didn't show us something that was an actual factual event. They showed us a falsified event. They filmed or whatever they did one thing and showed us that, claiming it to be another event. I can't obviously 100% prove that, but that's the way I look at it, that knowing what I know, I don't know how what they're showing us and what they're claiming these things are. And there's a ton of circumstantial stuff also that all gets tied up in that, like the moon rock that was given to the one president of one of the European countries was actually petrified. Like there's all these little things that are like, if you did all these things, it shouldn't be that hard to prove that you went. And even the things, when people look into that stuff, who are very staunch defenders of it, what they cite as evidence really doesn't hold for me. Like they say things like, well, you'd have to have 10 zillion people in on the cover up. I'm like, no, you wouldn't. Like there were 40,000 different companies, I think it was some obscene number that all contributed to the construction of something. This one made the boot, this one made the seat, this one made that. Well, no, you don't. The president of Coca-Cola doesn't tell the dock worker the secret formula of how to make Coca-Cola. They just do what they're there to do, and that's load the dock. So like that is just like a total bullshit argument. That doesn't work. People at the top can be like, okay, this is what we're doing, and then they disseminate those orders out. And it has been admitted, and you can look this up, that the people on the mission control wouldn't know the difference if a simulation was being ran on those ancient, very incapable by today's standards computers. They could just show them a bunch of numbers on the screen, say, this is what's going on right now. Well, that could just be a bunch of things fed from the mainframe. I mean, if you know anything about old computers, they didn't do much. You had to feed everything to them. So whether you're feeding them a simulation or you're feeding them data of an actual capsule out in space, it would look the same to the dude sitting there smoking one cigarette after another. If you ever watched old stuff, everybody was a chain smoker. Just sitting there with their short sleeve shirt and tie on and just chain smoking, staring at the little green screen. And it's just numbers on a screen, man. It doesn't prove anything.
Well, this is a machine that goes beep, and it's the most expensive machine in there. So
the machine that goes
it must be telling you the truth. Yeah, Boeing. Yeah, that's right. So I mean, I guess another kind of direction, another question that I have for you. We're encroaching 3 hours now, and I don't want to keep you too much longer. But let me ask you this question about like God, demons, kind of another kind of spirituality type of thing. So like, I mean, you weren't really brought up religious, were you? Like when
I
you were
was
younger.
raised Methodist, but not strictly. Like that's the church that my
Okay.
family belonged to, but that they barely went to. And I did receive confirmation when I was in my teens, but it's kind of funny. I always called at least the church I went to, I always called it Christianity Light, because everybody was just super chill. Like everybody was really nice and chill. Like nobody, like the Christians I've met since I moved to Louisiana, which is the Bible Belt, where they're kind of uptight about their
Right.
religion. It's like the opposite of anything I experienced growing up. Everybody, like my pastor was really nice. You could just sit and talk to him. He was a nice guy, nice middle-aged guy. And he was married and had 2 kids of his own. He was just a normal dude, you know? It was
I
just,
thought the Methodists were kind of hardcore. Are they
well,
not?
that's why I said the one I was raised in, which was United Methodist Church in Kingston, super chill. That's all I can tell you. I can
Okay.
only tell you what I experienced. And it was just very, very, like, I don't even remember a whole lot of lessons or anything. It was just listen to his sermon, sing some hymns, and chit chat with people. And sometimes they'd have a bake sale afterwards. It was so chill. As a matter of fact, right after I moved to Louisiana, I had gone back up for my brother's wedding, and I was speaking to the new pastor. He was a much younger man than the one I had grown up with. And he was really, really nice. We just sat chilling, and he was actually making fun of, he was kind of poking fun at the old ladies who are always complaining about the air conditioning being on. He was saying to me about how he would say, okay, we'll turn the air conditioning down, and then he wouldn't do it. It's just things like that. It's just like a normal guy, like nothing uptight or nothing to turn me off to it. But I personally, and I always feel kind of funny saying things like this because I know some people take this really seriously. I have seen a lot of crazy shit in my life that have proven to me that there is something beyond the mundane, beyond the physical, but I have never experienced anything to convince me a particular religious sect is right over another one. As a matter of fact, I've seen the opposite. It just seems to be like this open spiritual thing that, yes, there's spiritual things, there's a spiritual side to existence, but what that is, I couldn't tell you. I've never had a conversation with a spirit that'll say, well, this is how it is, Jason. You want to know? And I'd be like, let me get some popcorn. Sure. Never had that happen.
Okay. Well, what are your thoughts on God? Did you ever go through a phase where, I mean, like obviously you went to a church and all, but did you ever go through a phase where you didn't believe in a God, or would you consider yourself like an atheist before? You've always believed in a God.
A God,
What were you?
like a higher power. Yeah. Now I was
Right.
a little weird about it right when I was going to church a lot. Like I didn't want to play games and things like that where it was like a whole bunch of pagan stuff. There was a short period of time where I was like, I don't really want to do anything where it's not the one true God. I remember saying that, like, it's something I'd laugh at nowadays. But for a short time when I was going to church on a regular basis as a teenager, I was kind of into it. But even then, when I think back to it, I really wasn't that into it. I think I more said it and went through the motions than anything because I was always super lax about it because the place I was going to was super lax about it. Now, other people may have taken me differently because I was saying that I was really believing of that, but that didn't last long anyway.
Okay. What about demons? Like do you believe in them? And if you do, what kind of role do you think they play in the realm, and why do they even exist? Etc.
Well, negative entities appear to exist because of what I've experienced. Now, calling it a demon, that has a very Christian context to it. I don't know if that's what that was. It was some sort of spiritual entity that had negative intent about it and could manipulate weak-minded humans. That's what I experienced. That does not tell me anything about what faith it believes in. Is it going back and getting a trident shoved up its ass in the flames of hell? I don't know. Didn't tell me. Tried to kill me, but it didn't tell me anything.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously, you believe that they exist, but
Well,
have you
something
like
exists.
thought about like what's that? Something exists.
Something
Yeah. Okay.
exists. There's something to it. And apparently, just like with humans, there's shitty humans and there's good humans and there's in between humans. Most people are kind of most people are pretty okay with some shitty qualities about them. That's what I kind of think about most people. I've never met a true saint where it's like, oh my God, that person's just like, they're so good. But there are people who certainly have much better traits than others. And I've met really hardly anybody. I've met a few people who are kind of shitty. But I mean, Hitler level evil where I'm going to instigate the deaths of tens of millions, I've never met that either. So what I've seen from a spiritual kind of thing is like next to nothing to one malevolent entity that manipulated this guy, Jeff. That's all I've seen. Everything else I didn't communicate with. I didn't even really communicate with that. I just interacted, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Well, I guess you would have to say that you are lucky in a sense that you didn't meet any that kind of super dark entity who is responsible for, I don't know, millions of lives or whatever. But I guess some people might believe that some of these dictators that we kind of know about in history, depending on how true this history is, that they were responsible for the death of a lot of people. So
Yeah.
was there some kind of a demonic entity being involved, or were they just shitty people? Who
Or
knows?
both, or they had mental problems. I mean, it depends upon who you're talking about. You could definitely look at things like the bad guys from World War II. And there was a small group of them that were into some seriously heavy, dark spiritual shit. Like they were really playing with some nasty stuff, apparently. And
Right.
that's admitted by them, like the SS and things like that. Like the inner SS had their own castle and they were doing rituals like that. There was stuff going on. Now, what exactly they did, I don't know. I wasn't there. I
Yeah,
don't know
like
what
Vril Society, Thule
all that stuff.
Society.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they got in some really dark shit, and that's not hard to believe considering who's okay with killing that many people. Now, I know a lot of people like to question what went on in World War II, but the one thing you can't question is that large groups of people died. You can play with the
Mhm.
numbers, and I'm okay with you playing with the numbers, but it's still a substantial loss of life. There's just too much
Right.
evidence to point out that death and destruction on an absolutely insane scale that did occur. Now, you can argue about what really went on, how many people actually died. Maybe some people didn't die the way they said they died and went somewhere else. I've always leaned towards that as a possibility.
Mhm.
But do we have evidence of that? Not 100%. Nothing I'm convinced of. So yeah, I mean that there's some people who I really do think if you're in that kind of level where you can order the deaths of people, like someone like a Stalin, where he was just ordering deaths, I would think, but not that I can prove it, that there might be some kind of dark shit going on inside of you, whether you realize it or not. Now, what that exactly means, I don't know. But like me as an individual, I can't even fathom something like that. I feel bad if I yell at my cat.
Well, I mean, but you're not that person, and and it's difficult for people like yourself, who is, I would say, genuinely decent, to imagine what a psychopath would do. And I think that's one of the main problems of this society is that they say, "Well, I would never do that, and I'm not capable of doing that," and such things. But psychopaths are capable of doing that. That's what makes them a psychopath,
That's true.
right?
And also, a lot of people were in denial. And I'm not talking about any one particular point in history, but just different nations under different dictatorships or regimes. A lot of times people were in denial of what was actually going on. And there's stuff like that going on today in the United States and other countries and other modern nations. Like I've seen the kind of cognitive dissonance that blows my mind, that you can present someone with facts about certain people or incidents or whatever it happens to be. And I'm not making any specifics here. I'm just saying I've seen things and how people react to it, and they just can just dismiss it. Oh, that doesn't matter. Or that's not real. It's like, even though there's very factual evidence to demonstrate otherwise, but it doesn't fit in. This goes back to a lot of the stuff I've been saying the past 3 hours. If it doesn't fit into somebody's own self-created worldview, then they dismiss it, and you start in their mind becoming the opposition. You might be the enemy because you don't think like I do. Too many people do that. You got to stay open-minded. This is the thing I try so hard to do. I have no problem being wrong about something. As a matter of fact, I look forward to being wrong about things because it means I'm going to learn something new. So I make educated opinions that I discuss, especially on the show, or like what we've been doing with some of the things we've talked about. I have no problem giving my educated opinion based off of the things I've looked into. But I also accept the fact that maybe I got bad info. It's what they say with computers: garbage in, garbage out. You give something the wrong data, it's going to give you the wrong answer. So I look at everything to some degree. There are some things I think the only things I can totally prove in my own mind are the things I've witnessed myself. That's like, and anybody can do that. I've witnessed that. So that probably happened. And then you can kind of work it from there. Is there very good evidence that 1 billion people physically witnessed something? Okay, well, then that event probably happened. And then you just kind of work it from there. How much real evidence is there of a particular thing that you're trying to discuss? How much evidence is there that thing actually occurred? Okay, well, then base your judgment off there. The further you go back in time, the more these things start breaking down into questionable circumstances. It's kind of like, I'm going to bring up something that's a real bee's nest that I'm going to kick here. Well, more like a hornet's nest. The whole Tartaria thing. That started a few years ago, probably about 5 years ago or so. Now, I think this is all nonsense. For the most part, I'm not saying there were ancient civilizations, because I'm pretty positive there were, but not this narrative. And this narrative has changed. And I don't think even the people who are really into it realize this. When I first started hearing about the Tartaria thing, and I laugh about this because people don't remember this now for some reason, it was like there was this worldwide mud flood around the time of the Civil War in the United States. And history was nearly wiped clean and everything was started over and faked. And I was like, do you realize how many people were reporting on stuff during the American Civil War? Cameras existed at the time. There were independent journalists all over the place. And the United States was actually pretty populated by then. Are you trying to tell me that not one person put in a family Bible or in a journal or took a picture or anything that is absolutely provable that those events occurred and that it's all fake? No fucking way! That's ridiculous. That's absolutely preposterous. Now, were there things that are from ancient civilizations from long ago in certain parts of the world? Probably. I think the further you go back, the weirder shit probably was. But there's a lot of stuff, especially in the United States. As far as Western civilization, you can go back to about the 1600s and you can find some pretty damn good evidence for how things went down. Not saying that people didn't bullshit some things. They might have written intentionally wrong something to record it in the news or whatever because they didn't want it to know that they were having an affair with their wife, so they never put it in the family Bible. Like, whatever. I'm saying, like, generally speaking, though, with major events, you can go back a few hundred years, and there's probably some pretty good evidence. In Europe, you could go back even further, especially if you have family histories. So how people are so damn sure about, like, this thing and that thing that was faked, and, oh, the horse and buggy made this. It's like, I hate to break it to you, but just because you're not good enough at a particular art doesn't mean that another human being isn't capable of that artistic endeavor. That's just the way it is. Not everybody has the same skill set or talent. And people look at these buildings and think that they couldn't possibly have been built. It's like, yeah, they could have. And you can still do it today if you've got the money. You can order stuff from Italy that's hand carved and absolutely gorgeous. You think these billionaires couldn't afford that shit if they wanted it? I'm sure they have houses that do have that shit in it. It's just the average person who lives in these boxes that they make for the lowest, absolute cheapest crap that they could possibly slap together and keep together long enough to sell it to you. Okay, that's what you see, but that's not what everyone experiences. That's not the reality of everything in this world. There's life beyond your own little hole. So I just get annoyed and frustrated that people just are so insistent on stuff that really has flimsy evidence at best. And then there's people like Woody and AOR who have completely blown holes in it and showed, like, oh, wait, well, here is evidence of the, what do they call it? The World's Fairs being built. Like, they actually, oh, no, I bothered to look, so here's the evidence.
Who is this? Who are you talking about?
Woody and AOR, the two guys who were really big on the Tartaria stuff, both of them did a complete 180 because as they were digging more and more, they started finding evidence for the very things that they were saying there was no evidence for. And like grown-ass adults, they came out and said, we were wrong. And this is something I respect so highly because it's the same way I am. If I make a mistake on something I thought was right, I'll be like, oh, I was wrong about that. My bad. I'm not perfect and never claimed to be. Crow and I have done it on a couple of occasions. Like, hey, we made a mistake. Okay, here's what it is. This is what we.
Well, it happens.
It happens, of course. But people get very culty about this stuff. Like the dude who's pushing simulation theory. That's very culty-like, and it's kind of worrisome.
What are your thoughts on that of the Matrix holographic hologram theory, simulation theory, and there's no basis behind it?
I mean, not to the point that we're in the Matrix. All the crazy shit I've seen proves that if it's a Matrix, somebody thought out a spirit world to program it with. You know, it's not just the Matrix. It's not just the physical world. Like if we're in some kind of, and Crow and I have talked about this, if we're in a Matrix that's so damn good that you can't break it, what difference does it make? There's a Rick and Morty episode which demonstrates this exactly. We both laughed about this. There's a Rick and Morty episode where Rick realizes they've been put in a simulation against their knowledge.
Yeah.
And Rick overtaxes the computer so that it starts to break, making it do too many calculations at once, proving that they're in a simulation and breaking it to get out. If you can't do that in reality, in the reality that we're in, then it doesn't matter if we're in some kind of matrix or not. And again, I've seen plenty of crazy shit. There was one time, actually, I forgot about this one. There was one time when I had a very bad breakup, the worst breakup I've ever had, where it really, really hurt. This is about 12 years ago. And I was in a bad state of mind. This is shortly after this happened. I was just in a very bad state of mind, just emotionally distraught, as a bad breakup can do to you. Because I actually gave a shit about the relationship. So when it ended, it upset me. And I was shopping at Walmart, just getting some groceries, and I was at the checkout thingy, and I looked up and I saw a literal, well, not literal, I don't know what it was, what looked like a crack in the universe. Like almost like, not quite like lightning, but like there was a split there. And I looked at it and I was like, well, that's the damnedest thing. And it kind of faded away after a few seconds, but it was there. And I don't know if it's because I was in an altered state of mind, being in an incredibly emotionally distressed time. Because most of the time I'm extremely in control and passive, and I meditate, and I'm very much in control of my emotions most of the time. So for me to be that out of control of my emotions where I'm barely keeping it together, I mean, I guess I wasn't that bad, but I was emotional. I was way more emotional than I normally am. And yeah, I guess I saw something that normally you don't see. And I don't know what that was, but was that a crack in the matrix? Beats me, but it was interesting. And I just added to my list of crazy shit that I've seen that reminds me that this world, this whatever we're in, is not as mundane as a lot of people would have you think it is.
Yeah, I'm kind of into the Tartarian stuff myself. I don't know what to make of it, personally. I'm kind of going into this kind of falsified history a little bit with the flamenco stuff. Again, I reserve the right to be wrong about it. I think there is something to it, personally speaking. But again, if there's any kind of evidence that says to me that this is completely made up or falsified information, I'm more than happy to be wrong about it. So I'm not so much attached to be perfect about like everything that I say. I always like tell people, hey, the caveat is that you know I could be wrong, and yeah, we can learn
That's
from
the way you
this
got to look at it.
experience. And
You could look at something and find it interesting. I do that all the time. I look at things and find it interesting, and I don't know if it's right or not. I try and make the best judgments I can. And with Tartaria, I looked at it. With the whole, this is what I was getting at, and I think I kind of got distracted. But with the mud flood thing, I did the smartest thing I could think of, which was, all right, if there was a worldwide mud flood, guess which town that I live right next to would have experienced this worldwide mud flood if it existed, or excuse me, if it had occurred at the time of the Civil War. And that's New Orleans. New Orleans is either at sea level, below sea level, or no more than 2 feet above sea level, depending upon which part of the city you're in. The oldest part is an area called the French Quarter. And I go there all the time. So one night I went there and I walked in and out of all the buildings and looked at all these things. And I know that a lot of the people who are really into this mud flood concept, when this was big a few years ago, were showing like how windows were in the wrong place and doors were in the wrong place and all that kind of stuff because of the mud floods and all that. I was like, well, if there was a worldwide, I'm talking about the entire world, got hit with this thing, it should be noticeable in New Orleans, which is right there at sea level. If this happened less than 200 years ago, then there would still be evidence of it. Just like there's flood mud still in my mom's basement from the 1972 Agnes flood. Still there 52 years later. So I didn't find anything. There was not a single damn thing out of place. All the steps and the streets and everything was exactly where you would think it would be for having been there well over 200 years. Best I could do. People don't talk about that anymore. Now they've moved on to melted buildings or mountains and giant dragons and things are petrified. I don't know, like stuff that like to me is like you're getting into like J.R.R. Tolkien-y kind of stuff at this point. If that happened, it would have been so far in the past. I don't know what to make of it. And you're sure as hell aren't gonna. It's certainly not happen nowadays because some schmuck with a 4K camera in their pocket would have pulled out their cell phone and shot it and been like, "Here you go. Here's a dragon." clearly this stuff doesn't exist in today's world. So I don't know what happened a million years ago or 10 million years ago or 100 million years ago. But some of the crazier shit that people go on about, I just don't see any solid evidence for. I've seen pictures that can make you go, huh, that's kind of weird. But I've never seen anything to prove anything. And one of the big things a lot of people don't know about, for instance, I remember seeing this on some of the pictures that were being pointed out for like the whole Tartaria thing. They didn't know what a coal chute was. Well, I'm from northeastern Pennsylvania, where blue anthracite coal was the thing for a long time, and why that area is so built up the way it is and now falling apart. It's because people used blue anthracite coal going in their chutes. They would get deliveries. That's what they heated their homes with and what you put in your stoves to cook with. Well, they didn't know what a coal chute was, so they thought it was something else, like a window or something that was out of place. And like, no, that's a coal chute. They just don't exist everywhere because not everybody used coal and had coal trucks coming to do their deliveries. So that's just one small example. I'm sure all the Tartaria people would freak out if they heard me saying that I know what a coal chute is. It's like, maybe you do, but I tested people on that, and they're talking about it. And I looked at it, I was like, that's a coal chute.
What about AI and transhumanism? Where are we moving towards in terms of humanity? Let's explore that a little bit about where are we going in terms of near future of humanity.
So I do try and follow that stuff, and a lot of people, in my opinion, are playing with fire, for lack of a better term. But here's something funny I noticed about a lot of this, at least what we get shown in the public and in mainstream news articles. And I used to dismiss politics as complete rubbish, and I still, for the most part, do think politics is complete rubbish and it's just a manipulation. However, today the divisions have gotten so bad, especially in the United States, between the left and the right and what their points of view are, that huge swaths of sectors of jobs are now heavily leaning to liberal or conservative. Well, the tech jobs are almost entirely dominated by either people who are left-leaning or very left-leaning, where they're getting into the Looney Tuneville side of it. Guess who's programming these AIs, that at least the ones we're interacting with? It's people with very far left ideals. And this goes back to what I said not too long ago, garbage in, garbage out. And there was an incident that to prove this exact point, I'd already been saying this before this happened, where the one, I think it was the Google one, where they had it programmed to be so woke, to use the modern nomenclature, that people were asking it to give depictions of German soldiers in World War II, and it wouldn't put white people because it was so woke. It was making diverse pictures of like black people and Asians and things like that in SS uniforms, and like things that absolutely did not happen because those people hated everybody who wasn't a white Aryan. Like, nah, that wouldn't have happened. At least I doubt it. So that's just one example of like the people programming these things. They're making machines that are broken from the get-go. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't military organizations or military industrial complex organizations that aren't doing some serious, like crazy Skynet shit that we might not know about, that don't have stupidity built into the code like that is. Like, they had to pull that thing offline because everybody was making fun of it. It was a game. Can we make it not be woke? Can we make it give a picture of a white person doing something a white person should do? And it would not do it. It was literally racist against white people. And that really happened. You can go find news articles about that. If you aren't aware of that, anybody who's hearing my voice, go find that. I was laughing about it. I was like, I knew this shit was going to, like, I had said it out loud many times to many people. It's like, I knew this shit was coming because I know it's super lefty types who are programming these machines. Well, what do you think's going to happen if that kind of mentality programs a machine? The machine is very creative in the sense that it has a lot to draw from and work with. If you give it a certain set of parameters, guess what it's going to spit out? Whatever barriers you set up, this is how you look at things. Okay, now go out and answer questions. It's going to give you answers based off of the barriers that you put up and nothing further, because it's just a machine. It's not capable of thinking for itself. And here's where the big mistake comes in, I think. Artificial intelligence, in my opinion, is not a real thing. It's something that moves very fast. It's computers that are basically super networks where they can pull from large amounts of data and process it super quick. Even when they create something, though, no matter how good it gets, it's still drawing on something else. It's not literally like when I sit down and write a song and I have pulled whatever happens, whatever magical thing that happens as a living being where I create something new. A machine cannot do that, and in my opinion, will never be able to do that. Now, it might come up with something really unique from what it pulled from that it seems like it is, but there's no living thing inside of there to come up with something new. If you
Like,
understand what I mean.
basically, are you saying that AI cannot learn
Well, it
by
can learn
itself, or
because
are you?
it can just draw more data. Learning in the sense that they call it machine learning or large language
Yeah,
models, all that stuff is just drawing. You're just giving it more data, and then you're giving it. I mean, to really break it down, what it's doing is being fed larger amounts of data as time goes by, and then given more processing power to deal with that data, which is how it's generating images super quick. Or I played around with it and asked it to generate me scripts and things like that just to see how quickly it'll come up with a story. Like I gave it
yeah,
a
yeah.
basic. It's
Yeah,
very
right. It
quick.
will do it, but yeah. So, but my point is that what differentiates you from creating music and an AI whom you claim that will never be able to do these kind of things is that AI will not be able to make decisions by itself. Really, it's not a self.
Well,
I don't know, like
no, it could be
yeah, it's
autonomous.
not an independent. Yeah,
It could be autonomous. There's no reason that they're doing that now. As a matter of fact, I read an article 2 or 3 days ago where they were doing tests of autonomous fighter jets doing dogfights with pilots, like the Air Force was doing
right.
stuff. I'm not,
Yeah,
and that's what I
yeah,
was saying. Like Skynet level shit that we don't really know what's going on with the military. They probably are messing around with stuff like that. But when it really comes down to it, these things aren't coming up with anything new, like literally new. Like when you hear a song, like pick your favorite artist if they actually wrote their own songs. There's never been another person like that. And there's one way I can prove that to you. A computer code or whatever makes it that computer is completely duplicatable. You can copy it and paste it somewhere else, and that code has now been 100% duplicated exactly the same. That is impossible to do with a human being. Every single person who ever existed is a unique entity.
okay. Well, it's a lot to process. Obviously, we're moving in a direction, and I'm not sure if because like people have this kind of tendency to just make things and do things, and they're like, okay, if it can be done, it's like Murphy's Law, it will be done. And if we don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. So better that we dabble with this technology or that technology. Let's
Right.
create a black hole. Let's. We don't know what it's going to do, but let's just do it anyway because might as well be first. And if it's gonna swallow the whole world, then so be it. Whatever, right?
Those things apparently do go on, and we don't find out about them until long afterwards. And again, we don't know if those things really happen. It's just what they tell us. Like things
Right.
like they tried to blow holes in the atmosphere with atomic bombs. Well, there's good evidence that atomic weapons don't work as described. Now, being the objective person I try to be, I'm open to being wrong, but there's certainly a philosophical way you can look at it and be like, that's what they said. Did they really do it? Who was there to witness these things? And a lot of the stuff with the atomic shit, yeah, that's faked too. Like the old stuff, when you watch old videos, like the old films where they were showing detonations, I've I've had I've seen people who also are familiar with film work like I am, where they recognize the same footprints I did of model work and things like how you do it to give the illusion. And where a lot of times it breaks down is like the speed of things. And it's kind of hard to explain, but like shadows will look weird. I mean, you've seen enough 80s movies where it wasn't CGI, where they're changing all the parameters enough to make it look as real as possible. But the further you go back in time, with filmmaking, the more wonky it looks because they're trying to. It's kind of like you familiar with stop motion? How it looks a little jittery and it looks worse the further you go back in time because there's no motion blur.
Like Wallace and Gromit. Are you talking about like Wallace
Yeah,
and
because
Gromit
literally what you're
type
doing
stuff?
is you're taking a picture. So film works. Traditional film is 24 frames per second, meaning there's 24 snapshots of a picture put together in 1 second to make movement. And if I'm filming you walking around or whatever, there's what's called motion blur in between those. So it looks smooth. You need 24 frames for it to not look jerky. With stop motion, it's still shots. Like let's say you make Gumby and you're moving Gumby a little bit to make it look like Gumby is walking. Gumby's not actually walking, so you're taking snapshots and having enough, and 24 of those to put together for 1 second of Gumby walking. That's why it looks weird. So there's things like that. I'm not saying that's what they did for the atomic bombs. I'm just using that as an example. There's things like weird shadows, wind and things like that won't look right if it's in real time. Like there's just lots of little things that shadows are a big one. Shadows are a big one. But anyway, I feel like I'm babbling about that. There's just things that really look wonky in a lot of the footage that they've shown us and said, well, that's what this is. And you're like, yeah, it doesn't look right. That looks like a model. And then, of course, what happened to the camera that's taking this picture? So it's just like the Apollo stuff. So you set off an atomic bomb close enough to this camera that it can film that. What happened to the camera in the film that it exists to still be shown to me decades later? It's just like there's just little things you got to think about. Same thing with the Apollo. How did the footage survive radiation that you're telling us it went through and existed in? And temperatures that ectochrome, like you can look up 1960s ectochrome film. What temperatures could it survive in? Where did it break down? Okay, well, it exceeded that by a lot if it was on the moon's surface.
Right. I mean, like they had to be specially made films, and Hasselblad had to be very special. And I mean, like there's so many things. What about the footage of the shuttle actually lifting off from the moon and it's panning up
that
as
was not
it's
hard to do.
flying?
Okay, this is where you got to think about things objectively. If that really happened, and I'm only saying if, that is not a difficult thing to do because all that is a radio. You just have to time it properly. So if you know there's I don't know if these numbers are right, but let's say there's a 4-second delay and you know from the point you push the button that the craft is going to take off and it takes 2 seconds for that, you just time it out, transmit for the camera to pan at 6 seconds. That's not hard. It's the same thing like with the bloody phone call of Nixon calling the moon. Do you know how stupid easy it is to patch an analog telephone into a radio? Which is all that, if that event really happened, as they say it did, that's all that would be. That is not proof of anything. That is not ha ha ha. That's funny and laughable.
But wouldn't there be some delay?
Yes.
No delay?
There is a delay in the phone. Listen to the phone call. There's a delay. Now, if they were faking it, you would count out the delay. That's all. But what I'm saying is, if they really went to the moon, the fact that they made a phone call is not evidence that they didn't go to the moon. That's all I'm saying. So
wouldn't the film have to be like digital for them to have access to the film that was on the moon, where it's let's just say everything that you're saying is correct. Wouldn't it have to be like not a film but like a digital where they get that information somehow via radio or whatever?
Cameras were invented was to not get broken down in space. Like NASA pioneered supposedly digital photography because these are issues. So it's like, and people don't question things. And it's like, well, if that's an issue, how did you do it then? How did you get these glorious pictures of Buzz Aldrin standing on the moon? Because there are 0 pictures of Neil Armstrong standing on the moon, by the way, supposedly. There's only Buzz Aldrin, the 32nd degree Freemason, or maybe he was 33rd by then. So there's all these really weird things that you can ask. But as far as things like a telephone calling the moon, all that is an analog device. A telephone is nothing but a microphone and a speaker. They've been doing that shit on the battlefields for 100 years. It is not difficult. It's just going slightly further. Same thing with the television camera. It would just be beaming the signal back to Earth. And again, these don't prove that it happened, but it also doesn't prove that it didn't happen. I'm just saying the technology, that's how it works. So that's not evidence.
All right. Well, I would like to ask one more question before we start to wind it down. I'm wondering, what are your thoughts about humanity, morality, what direction we're going? What would you like to see, like, from people, in terms of, like, if people only did this, or if they just changed in this way, then we would be living in a completely different type of society, like something, that you might have thought of in terms of, like, hey, like, this is the way in which we're going to really get out of this mess that we have found ourselves in. That is assuming that we're in a mess in the first place, which I kind of tend to believe that we are in, collectively speaking. So yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
So I kind of feel, looking at a lot of the stuff that I've looked at over the years, that we seem, and I can't prove this is just my thoughts on it, late 1800s into the early 1900s, people, and Nikola Tesla is the great example, but there are lots of people doing things like investigating electromagnetism and electricity and how all that stuff works. People seem to be figuring out how things really work. And then the robber barons and all the banking families and all that seem to step in and somehow shunt society over to this enforced scarcity model that we now have been living in for well over 100 years, and away from whatever true science seems to have been being figured out at that time. Things like, on record, that Westinghouse said how Tesla wanted to give free wireless electricity to everybody, and Westinghouse was funding this, and he said, how can I put a meter on that, and pulled the funding. It's things like that. So if Tesla really had, now I don't know if he really figured that out or not. I've certainly never built anything to prove that, but let's just say he was, and there's a lot of Tesla technology that people have played with and seem to get it to work to one degree or another. We'd be living in like Buck Rogers land right now, over 100 years later. It seems that the robber barons, this is something I say to a lot of people. It has never fazed me to think that people with money and power conspire with other people with money and power to keep their money and power. That's really what this conspiracy shit comes down to when you think about it. It's just a couple of cocksuckers who are in better stations in life than we are, who can pull the strings in certain areas. Well, if they get together and then do it more together to get even more control and more money and power for themselves, that's not hard to believe. It's just not. Or else there wouldn't be any of these people who have billions of dollars and are doing shit that we couldn't even conceive of because we have trouble paying the light bill. So yeah, as far as the really big thing we're talking about here is, that's how I look at conspiracy. I don't know exactly what's going on. I have a general idea of what I think is going on, and I know where they want to take us, because pricks like Klaus Schwab and Noah Harari and all those bastards, they tell us where they want to go with it. They want a one world government under a digital control system. And that's where they're trying to get us. And they've admitted in their own papers over and over and over again that they want to reduce the world's population to make it easier to control. They call us useless eaters, all that kind of stuff. All this stuff I don't need to tell people. If they're listening to me speak, then I know damn well that they know what I'm talking about. We know that they have whatever you want to call it, globalist, elitist, new world order, call it whatever. Great Reset is what they call it now. It's the same pig they're putting different lipstick on. That's where they want to take us. They want complete control, and they are convinced. And if you listen to people like Ray Kurzweil, he says things like, if you can survive the next 9 to 10 years, then you've made it, because the technology, the life extension technology, and the plugging into the systems has already advanced enough. And what is scary about Ray Kurzweil is, if I remember correctly, he has an 86% accuracy rate in his predictions, some of which go back a few decades. So a lot of the crap that he goes on about has come to pass. So when Ray Kurzweil says stuff, I generally take note of it and be like, okay. And he's the head engineer for Google, meaning he's got gazillions of dollars to play with on whatever it is he wants to play with. So that's somebody who's a mover and shaker when it comes to this transhumanism shit. And he's somebody who has very openly spoke about life extension, how he does things to keep himself alive, and how he wants to become immortal. And a lot of them have this mentality. That's what they're going for, but it's for them. It's not for us. That's the problem.
Yeah. That's some wild stuff. Do you have any final thoughts for us, Jason, before we maybe start winding it down? Just I don't know, a message, I don't know, whatever that's going through your mind.
Well, the one thing I like to say, I haven't said this in a while because we got out of the make believe pandemic era, but they're gonna keep doing this stuff. They've been pulling nonsense on us for a very long time, and I don't need to start listing them all off. If people are familiar with the work that we've done and other people's work, some of which are better than ours, there's tons of examples. Whoever the powers that be are pull stunts to manipulate society and shove it in the direction they want things to go. They're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again. So every event that happens, be open-minded about it and challenge it and look at it, try and find evidence for yourself, whether to believe in it. Because while there may have been some kind of thing going on during the COVID era, in my opinion, there was no worldwide massive, hideous thing killing millions of people. What is killing people is what they gave people to take after the fact that they convinced needed to be taken. Now we're seeing deaths. Died suddenly. And they're going to do it again.
Yep. Yeah, and they will continue. Why would they stop if it's working? Why would they stop? And as long as people believe.
What I have been told, what we've been told, because Fortune has said this on the air, is that was a kind of a test. And I thought this before we met Fortune. The whole COVID thing was a test, and most people bought it, or we failed, I should say. Yeah, a lot of us that we interact with, we all challenged it and said, "What the hell? This is stupid. This is not a problem. This is borderline make believe." And he said that this emboldened the elites of this world to move forward. And not only are they still moving forward with their plans, but they brought them forward. He thinks that 2025 is really when they're going to clamp down. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's what we've heard said. But here's the thing that is going to happen. Unless some kind of weird, massive calamity happens, the technology is going to keep moving forward because technology always moves forward. And they've already got a lot of stuff in place to do a lot of crazy shit. I mean, does your cell phone work? Well, then it's picking up a frequency being broadcast. Does your cell phone pick up a signal in most places these days? Sure does. Go back 20 years and see how many dead spots there were. And that's not just for communication. There's a lot of crazy shit going on that the infrastructure is already in place for that they just need to crank up.
Yeah. Crazy world, crazy stuff that's happening in this society. Well, I really appreciate you spending the time with me. I got to know you a lot better of your history. I hope I wasn't too, intrusive with my questions. And,
No, not at all.
and I think it's good to have an objective point of view, and it's good to have like a kind of an opposing point of view on some stances and why people are where they are in terms of flat Earth or Tartaria, alternate timelines, powers that be, et cetera, et cetera. But like I think we are more or less all of us, a lot of the people here, and I can't speak for everybody, but a lot of the people have the good intention on wanting to get to the bottom of things, really. So that's all we can try to do to get to the bottom of things and do the best that we can to know what this reality is about.
I agree. Question everything, but think for yourself. Don't just accept a narrative because somebody who's a celebrity to you said it. Because that
Yeah,
can be dangerous.
absolutely. Well, I'm gonna play this song called "Angel Song" on your channel to close it out, and then any last final thoughts before I play this song?
Well, I certainly enjoyed the conversation. I certainly consider you my friend. I was not watching any kind of chat room, so I don't know what our viewership was live here. But however many people are watching, I hope they enjoyed me kind of opening up and talking about a lot of things I usually don't. I try to at least tell entertaining stories if I'm asked about specific things. So hopefully you enjoyed it. And thanks for having me, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. Like I said, like I got to know you a little bit better, and I really appreciate that, you were able to open up and talk about some of the harrowing experiences that you have had. And it doesn't surprise me that you have had these kind of like paranormal experiences. I think a lot of people, quote unquote, in the community have had some similar experiences, who are, I think the general sentimentality of like, hey, there's a purpose to things. And I think a lot of people who have experienced near death, not in the terms of like actually died and came back, but like if this could have just gone wrong in like by 1 inches or by 1 second or something, like things would be drastically different type of deal. I certainly have had that kind of experience, and you certainly have had those experiences multiple times. So it was very interesting for me to hear those stories. So I hope I can get you on again someday. Maybe we can have like a little bit more of an open panel with a diverse group of people to have discussions. If you are willing to do something like that, that could
Sure.
be interesting for us.
Yeah.
So. Because I mean, like I would consider you like agnostic in many stands. Like you're like you don't like to you don't like labels. You don't like to call yourself a flat earther, but you do question NASA. So you are like kind of in a position where, like, a lot of the people within the truth community is not quite there in terms of like. So I think it's a good um, perspective to just throw some questions at people and just like look at situations in a different way that could be beneficial to the collective, just by like, hey, we don't necessarily have to just get on the bandwagon in regarding the flat earth or maybe even the Mandela effect or whatever, or the Tartaria stuff. There could be other explanations that you may not have thought of, as an example, right?
Mandela effect. There's one we didn't touch on. I'll throw this at you. I had the one, whatever they call them, the one Mandela effect that I definitely remember is the girl from Moonraker having braces. Well,
Okay.
my mom used to buy me the James Bond tapes when they were being re-released in the 80s. I hunted down the same year issue that is sitting at my mom's house since I haven't been there a long time to get it. It was released in 1988, and it was of the Moonraker film from 1979. I'm like, okay, so this is a used tape, and it looked at when I put it in like it was pretty faded, but it still worked. This came out in 1988, long before anybody discussed this whole Mandela thing. Put it in.
Yeah.
Fast forwarded to that scene, girl didn't have braces. I could have sworn she did.
Okay, like okay. I mean, obviously, I am Mandela affected, and I do talk about the Mandela effect. And one of the reasons I didn't really feel I wanted to bring this conversation up is because I didn't think that you were Mandela affected. So it was like but
That's
like
the one I can't
so
explain because I'm old enough to have seen Moonraker in 1979. My dad used to like to go to the movies.
do you remember? Like clear as day. Like,
I
do
remember
you
it.
think there's a possibility that? Well, do you think there's a possibility that you misremembered the
Yes,
braces?
because
Is that
that's
a
being
possibility?
objective. I know. Here, let me tell you a quick story. A friend of mine who sadly was recently killed was a police officer, a guy I used to work at Guitar Center with who went on to be a police officer.
Okay.
He told me one night we were hanging out that it was proven to him how bad the human memory is, because he said the one thing about a police officer that was so annoying is all the paperwork you got to do. And he was writing up a report on an incident that happened. And he said this had just happened a few hours earlier. And he got so many things wrong when he went back and watched the body cam footage. He's like, oh, yeah, that is what happened. And I completely thought something different. And he said to me, he's like, it was just a huge reminder how fallible the human mind is. So that's why I'm so adamant about this Mandela stuff is, I mean, that was a real world scenario of somebody that I knew personally telling me, and they had nothing to do with anything Mandela.
Right.
He was just telling me, man, he's like, Jason, it blew my mind how wrong I was. And I was like, yeah, I mean, that's our memories are not
Well, I mean,
computers.
well, the human memory is a little bit of a double-edged sword, and what I mean by that is like, yeah, we have occasions where our memory is really bad, but it's not necessarily always bad. Like I was giving an example of like the world record for the number of pi decimals the guy could actually remember, and it was up to the 70,000 places that he was able to get correct.
Yeah, there
So I
are
mean that's
people who can
ridiculous.
do those things, which is why I'm open
Like
minded about it.
savant.
I personally remember the girl having braces. But there's been a lot of these Mandela things where I've figured out why people they link them because they've been memes and other things like Luke, I am your father and all that. Well, that was a line out of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Like there's when something's a super pop culture-y thing, it's gonna get
Mhm.
mentioned in other things. Like something like Star Wars is one of the biggest pop culture phenomenons of all time. You know, stuff like the
Right.
Beatles, like these
Yeah.
things that are so big that it touches other aspects of pop culture. You could have come into contact with something somewhere else because it was relating back to the original event. In your mind, that he didn't say, "No, I am your father." He said, "Luke, I am your father." But in Bill and Ted, and I think I'm remembering that correctly. Again, I haven't watched any of those movies in years, but I think he said, "Luke, I am your father." He's like, "No, you're not." And it was just they're memeing off of the original film, but saying the line slightly wrong. Same
Okay, that is well. Okay, wait, but that is an explanation. But the people who are Mandela affected would say is that that is a residue, and it's actually copying from the original, and the original had changed, and then what they got with the Bill and Ted is the residue of that. Like, because like the whole idea of the Mandela effect, really, what it comes down to, and like I'm not saying that you must agree or disagree, but like once a change occurs then it's retroactive that the whole thing has changed completely throughout the whole past, and that's what a Mandela effect is. So that's where the crux of the matter is, like either you believe that or you don't believe that.
Right. But you can't prove any of it. It's just one person's memory against another. Like I have no problem with "No, I am your father" because it works in context with the drama of the story. Like if
Well,
you
so
watch
does
that
Luke.
scene, no, that's what I was just gonna say is when you watch that scene, he wouldn't have said Luke again because he does go on to say, "Luke, you don't realize your importance. Join me and I will complete your training." And he goes on and on and on about him wanting to join and overthrow the emperor. Like
Yeah,
he
yeah.
wouldn't keep saying Luke, 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 Luke. Like it doesn't even work from a good writing standpoint.
Okay, okay. I'll give you it that one. But like,
That's
what
just one
about
example. That's just one example. The
yeah? It's
C-3PO's
one
leg.
of a
Let's
but
do
okay,
that
but
one.
you grew up. Well, okay, like,
Exactly.
but the thing is
See,
that
I know about C-3PO's silver leg when I was 5 years old, or sorry, 4 years old in 1977 because I had the record, the LP, the big records, how albums used to come. I had the story of Star Wars, and on the cover was R2-D2 and C-3PO standing on the surface of Tatooine. It's shot right out of the movie, and his silver
so
leg is
you
weird.
remember.
I knew it though when people started talking about
Okay,
those,
that's
like
fine.
I said, he always had a silver leg. What the hell are you talking about? The problem is a lot of the pictures you've seen are sometimes shitty images from the 70s that aren't the clearest. And also the toys were not, and this is like a really big thing I can't stress enough because it annoyed me as a kid. Toys back in those days were not screen accurate. They like to say, but the figure was all gold. I was like, no shit. No shit, because they didn't take the
Okay,
time to paint the leg differently.
that's fine. I am okay with that, all of that. But you grew up in the Methodist Church. I mean, you read the Bible a little
Right.
bit. Like, do you
Nope.
remember?
Nope.
You didn't. Okay, so
Couldn't for
has
one.
no.
Wayne, who I
It
trust to
has
be like a
no.
brother to me, has told me that he swears to me that the Bible has shifted. I cannot say one way or the other. He says that to me, and I accept that he feels that way because at the level he and I are at, the way we feel about each other as human beings, I trust him implicitly. To him,
Okay,
that changed, and I believe him,
right.
but I can't prove that to
Yeah, yeah.
myself.
You believe him, but for yourself, you don't have that experience of the Bible
Right.
changing. Like, what specifically did Wayne say that the Bible changed on
A couple of
for
the
him?
a couple of the bigger phrases. We haven't talked about it in a while, so I mean, I
Okay,
can quote
okay,
it back
no
to you.
problem. Anything else? Like, do you remember like Looney Tunes or Captain Crunch or Fruit Loops? Anything like that?
I
Any
don't.
of those pop?
Hey,
What about
test me
Ford
here.
logo?
Test me here. I remember as a kid seeing it Cap'n, CAP''N, and thinking that was
Okay.
stupid. I don't know which one is supposed to be the real one, quote unquote, or the fake one, but I remember as a kid having Captain Crunch cereal and them saying it Captain, but them writing it Cap'n, and me being a punk ass kid thought that was dumb. Which one's
Okay,
supposed to be the
no
real one?
problem.
Because I don't know. I actually don't know which one's supposed to be the real one.
That's fine. I am trying to claw at because like you told one residue that is you're like pretty sure and that's something like that resonates with you with the Dolly braces and that's a very big popular one. What about Ed McMahon? Do you remember Ed McMahon? Do you remember
Sure.
which company he worked for? Who did he work for?
I know that he was really good friends with Dick Clark, and he also guested on Johnny Carson all the time. And I could have sworn he
Okay.
did. Now, I have no problem admitting that I thought it was Publishers Clearinghouse, but I have absolutely
Okay.
no one specific memory to say that for sure. Like, I thought that's what it
Okay,
was.
no problem.
Couldn't put it
What
in.
about the checks? Do you remember Ed McMahon going around and giving checks and balloons to anybody? Was that a part of your memory or not?
I couldn't say for certain, no. One of the
What
ones I
about Ford
can.
logo? Do you remember the Ford logo? What about Berenstain Bears? Berenstain Bears. Does
No,
it?
the Berenstain Bears came out after I was too old, so I never knew that one. I don't even know which way is supposed to be the correct way or not. Same
Okay.
thing with like
What
the
about Ford logo? Do you remember the pigtail on the Ford logo or not?
not that I can think
Doesn't
of.
register. What
No,
about the VW wagon? The VW wagon with a line between the V and the W. Does it
I
ring
had
a
a
bell?
VW. My dad had a VW, but no, I don't remember exactly one way or the other because it's not
Do you
important.
remember the movie? Okay, that's fine. What about the movie Field of Dreams? Do you remember watching that
I
movie?
know where that one comes from. I proved that one. So
Okay, what is it?
in the movie Field of Dreams, he says, "If you build it, he will come," referencing his father. If you build it, they will come comes from Wayne's World 2, where they were making fun of that and playing on the meme of that, meaning that if you build the stadium, the people will come to watch the concert. People see this is what I was referencing earlier. People see these things, and because they're referencing each other, our human memories are not like computers where they're not memory
I
banks.
see.
This has been proven like how human memory works. It works in like weird bubbly kind of things. If this was like a computer where you could go to that line of code and be like, well, here it is. And if it was changed, you would know. It would be written this way, and then over here it
Well,
would be
that's
written this way.
conflation. Basically, what you're saying is that that's a conflation. That we're
Just like the Darth Vader thing.
conflating. Yeah, yeah. Like and all of these so-called Mandela effects can be explained away by conflation. That you heard it from a meme, or you heard it from some kind of satire from another movie, and they just kind of twisted it. Like it's like in that movie, Scary Movie 3 or whatever. And then it's like I I see dead people. It's a kind of a parody
Right.
of
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
the Sixth Sense. Right? But then
Right.
he doesn't say I see dead people. He says that I see white people,
Right.
right?
Yeah. They're making fun of it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Like some of these movies you may not have seen for years, and knowing the fallibility of human memory. And I'm not saying that for all of these things. I'm saying that I think for some of these things, people can they think they're remembering it that way, and it's because they did see it that way, but not from the original thing because it was a pop culture reference in another pop culture reference. That's all.
Right.
I remember Brian Stavely, who's a good friend of mine. I love Brian. He was making a big deal about the dark side of the moon or dark side of the moon and saying that I was affected. What's funny about that was I had read an article, and I think it was a Rolling Stone article a few months earlier, where they were bringing that exact thing up. They're like, is the name of the album actually Dark Side of the Moon or The Dark Side of the Moon? And they actually explained and showed examples in the article that in the days before everything being digitized, people were just making mistakes. Now, in today's world, when a major label release would come out, it would have an ISDN number and the exact title would be attached to that. And I'm like, as a matter of fact, I've done this myself because I released an EP that has a number attached to it. I had to put in to the digital page what the name of all the stuff was and all the information. That is now attached to that number forever, unless that database gets wiped. But back in 1973, when that album came out, mistakes got made because it was all pre-computer stuff. So one dude may have written down Dark Side of the Moon, and another dude may have written down The Dark Side of the Moon. And the line, I'll
Okay.
see you on the Dark Side of the Moon, is actually in the album, so mistakes can get made. That is such an
I see.
easier explanation than the universe shifted in time and space to confuse people. It's just some of these things
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
take
yeah,
me
yeah.
too far. I'll give you another one. There's a Doors song called Break On Through to the Other Side. And now this is early on when I was first looking at this stuff and thinking it was crazy and what's going on here. So the one main guy who's, I can't remember his name now, Moneybags or something like that, was showing the
Yeah,
Doors.
Moneybag 73.
Yeah. So he was showing the examples of the Doors Break On Through, and there's a part in the middle where he goes, she get high, yeah, and he does it differently, where he goes, she gets high. Like it's different, and he's showing examples of people doing covers of the song. Some people remember it one way, and he's saying that some of them are the Mandela. I don't remember which way is supposed to be which. Do you know what I found out about that? I think it was 1999, there was a greatest hits released, and I used to listen to it with the girl that I was dating at the time, which is why it seemed weird to me. And I completely forgotten about this till I went and looked it up. There was at least 2 takes of the song from the original recordings in the 66 or 67, whatever it was from. One went on the original album that a lot of people have heard. On that greatest hits from 99, they used a different take where he did it slightly different in that bridge part. And that's why people remember it differently. So you have to look at what possibly could go on, because things could happen.
Yeah.
You can't automatically assume that time and space have been shifted. That's kind of
No,
an
no, no.
extreme
And
assumption.
right. And I think, the people who are Mandela affected themselves, like myself, like we don't, like initially I didn't just jump on to this idea that like, timeline is shifting and stuff like this. I went and to me, in my, maybe messed up brain, where like, checked out all the possibilities. And then really once everything was exhausted for me anyway, then I have no explanation other than something's happening, something supernatural is happening. I cannot explain what it is myself, but I know that something is happening. So again, it's like I agree with you. What do we accept as quote unquote proof? Like the Mandela effect cannot be proven, just like you cannot prove God as an
Right.
example. However, I know God exists, and I also know that Mandela effect exists. Now, I cannot prove to anybody other than the people who also experience something very similar, and that's where the cognitive collective dissonance may be occurring. And again, I'm very sure that Brian Staley is going to be clipping this part of the conversation about us talking about the Mandela effect. And okay, let it be. But like really, one of the reasons why I felt reluctant to approach this topic, because like I knew kind of that we were going to be going in this direction though too. So again, you're welcome and you have the right to have your opinions, but nobody will ever take away the Mandela effect from me, and nobody will ever take God away from me just because I've had my own personal experiences in regards to it. Now, you can say that I can be having a mess memory, and then some of it I can kind of, agree to, but most of it, I'm pretty sure that I remember the way I do. Not that I'm saying that my memory is like perfect in any way, but um, we do kind of rely on our memories to a certain extent. So
They do. They build who
yeah,
we are.
yeah, it's very important.
Let
Like
me
all
let
of
me
those
say this too,
memories
though.
about all the memories about you, like having that UFO experience, or that like you having a very vivid experience with that UFO experience that your friends didn't really quite remember. You have that experience. You have that memory, right? And that is
Mhm.
real to you. As
Of
an
course.
example.
As far as this goes, though, this is the way I've been leaning towards it. And I'm not saying, again, I'm very objective. I'm very open to being wrong, because the Moonraker one did get me. I even got Crow on it years ago. Now, there's something about movie making that a lot of people may not realize, and that's that even decades ago, multiple takes with slight variations was common practice. Meaning, what if there were shots taken of Dolly, I think is the character's name, with braces, and some with Dolly without braces? And I know this for a fact because I was a huge Star Trek nerd. I still love the original Star Trek. When they would show them on TV, they would use alternate, I don't know why they did this, but they'd use alternate takes of the same scenes where lines would be said slightly differently. and things like that. Like I know that for a fact, and you could look that up, and you could watch the ABC movie version, and it's slightly different than the tape I had and have watched a billion times as a kid. So there's alternate takes of films, alternate scenes of films you may have watched 100 times because you had the official VHS, but when they showed it on TV, for whatever reason, for whatever editing purposes, they're using different scenes. There's a scene from Star Trek 3, for instance. I saw that in the theater when I was, well, what would I have been then? 9 or somewhere around there, 9, 10. There's a scene that I can't even find anymore. Right at the beginning of the towards the beginning of the film, and I don't know if anybody's familiar with this. Star Trek 3 is the one where Spock has died, and they bring him back at the end. He has put his consciousness into Dr. McCoy, who starts acting batshit crazy. There's a scene right towards the beginning of the movie where Kirk walks off the bridge into the turbo lift to go wherever he was going. McCoy's in there, and this is the first time he does something really weird where he's acting kind of like Spock. And Kirk's like, what the hell are you doing? I only ever saw, now I have a pretty good memory. I only ever saw that scene in the theater. My dad bought me the tape when it became available for my birthday, like whenever it was released a year or so later. That scene was gone. And I was always like, why'd they take that out? And I distinctly remembered it. And I've even looked for it on YouTube. I've watched a lot of scenes that were cut that have now been released on DVDs, and you know how they do that. They put special features and people will upload the scenes. I can't find that scene, but I damn well know it was in there. I'm pretty sure it's in the comic book too, because I had that as well. So like there's things with all I'm getting at is the movie making business is very weird. Stanley Kubrick's a great example. He would sometimes shoot scenes 60, 70, 80 times because the shadowing was slightly off from what he wanted, and he was hyper focused on exactly what he wanted.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is it, just consider this, and I'm not saying this is what I believe because it is definitely weird, but what if this whole thing is a psyop to fuck with you and make you question reality, and instead of focusing on the elite scumbags who are trying to kill everyone and reduce the world's population down to 500 million, are putting shit like this out there to waste your time, and this isn't the only example I could give, by doing things like this, by doing crazy shit like re-editing movies and changing things like that. And you did see it originally.
I'm willing to consider that, but how about you maybe consider that what if actually reality is shifting and changing, and then the timeline is if that is a possibility, and then you arrive to more examples of that, hey, like this is without, I'm 110% sure that my mother's name was Martha or whatever, and then her name, spelling of her name changed or whatnot, whatever, there's something really ridiculous to that point. Would you be willing to accept that reality is shifting, and then where do you go from there, really?
Well, I've actually been waiting to see if some major historical event that I know really well, like something from, say, World War II, like something I've done a lot of research on, that all of a sudden has shifted.
Yeah.
I've never found that event. That's beside the point. Here's what I'm getting at. And Crow and I have actually spoken about this. If indeed the literal timeline of our existence is changing, it's game over. There's nothing you can do about it. We're not Time Lords from the planet Gallifrey with TARDISes. If that's going
There's
on,
nothing you can do about it.
nothing you can do about it. Nothing. Okay.
Agreed.
That's some weird shit that is way outside of our control. Or is it easier to believe that a bunch of bastards who do psyop us have more psyops to fuck with you? That's a lot easier to accept than the timeline shifting. But
I think they're not mutually exclusive.
I'm open-minded.
They're not necessarily mutually exclusive. I mean,
Could be both.
they could be messing with you.
Who knows?
And there's a lot of psyops that's happening out there, that's for sure. But at the same time, Mandela effect could be real, and it's actually happening as well. Who can control that? Nobody can. Nobody. I don't know who can control. Who can control God? I don't know. But yeah. What about like Gettysburg Address? Do you remember the Gettysburg Address? Because that's around the Civil War time, and you must have looked into that, right?
What, the 7 years ago thing?
Yeah. What about?
I haven't read it since high school. Is something changed in it?
Do you remember forefathers in the address or not?
No, it's been too long.
Okay. Never mind.
What's changed? Because
Yeah,
I'm curious
well,
about that.
well, forefather is no longer a part of the speech. It's just fathers rather than forefathers.
Forefathers sounds right to me, but it's literally been over 30 years, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't put money on it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't like generally with these like Mandela effect questions, like it's not good to lead and then try to like fill in the blank. And you just like if people don't have any memories at all, better not to like go into it because then you're basically trying to, make an impression of like what that memory should be when it's not, and that's not the right way to go about it. It should be open ended, and if people have a genuine memories of it, they will reveal that they remember the original aspect of it. And if they don't remember anything at all, then we'll just leave it at that. That's the better way
Well,
to go about it, in my
that's
opinion.
just it. I remember the Moonraker thing. At least I could have sworn I did. So I have no problem admitting
Yep.
that. Now,
Right.
here's one that nobody else that I know of ever picked up on, nor would I expect them to, because I'm a music gear nerd. When I was still at Guitar Center, I could have sworn that a man named Rupert Neve died because he was elderly then, and he was even more elderly when I saw the announcement that he died maybe like 2 years ago now. And I remember this being a thing because Rupert Neve designed a lot of the preamps and a lot of the tech that a lot of very, very famous, like some of the best albums ever were made using his equipment. He's a very famous name. If you're an audio nerd like me, you know who Rupert Neve is. Well, I could have sworn I remembered that he died while I was still an employee at Guitar Center because it was like a big deal about like they were talking about celebrating the gear that he influenced and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, oh, that's sad. But yeah, he was incredibly influential. Well, then like 2-ish, maybe 3 years ago at most, I saw that he died. And I was like, what do you mean he died? Like yesterday. I
Yeah.
distinctly
I
remember
mean
this
that.
guy passing away a few years ago. And I only knew one other person who was a nerd enough like me to say, hey, do you remember Rupert Neve dying in whatever I said, 2018 or whatever it was? I'm like, yeah, he died. I was like, do you know he died yesterday? And they're like, wait, what? And they could have sworn he passed away too. Now, that doesn't prove anything. It just means that maybe my memory's faulty. But there are weird things that crop up like that where I'm like, I thought Rupert Neve was gone and I was wrong.
Yeah, but that's a very strange mismemory if you really think about it, because like
Very
like if
specific, that's for
somebody
sure.
died. Yeah, it's very specific, and then, usually with these kind of things, we have quote unquote anchor memories. Is like, where it's like the September event, like, or the Kennedy being shot. Everybody remembers where they were, what they were doing at that moment. I remember the 9/11 event. I was in my art class. I can remember my teacher like hauling in, one of those like TV on a stand with wheels on it, and then like plugging it in my art class, my sculpture class. And I remember all of us like sitting around and watching the Twin Towers go down for like half an hour over and over again. And that was what I remember. So it's like very specific. And if something like that changed, I'm like, what the fuck, So like when somebody died, like you remember where you were, like you were saying, you were working at Guitar
Yeah, I was
Center,
in the pro
and
audio
then
department.
you
I remember
okay, you were
specifically
at
where
the
it
audio
was.
department.
I was in the
Yeah,
pro
and
audio
then you
department
heard
at
what?
that
And how
news
did you
store I
hear about
worked
it?
in. And I remember that. I was like, and I was thinking back, I was like, wait a second. I remember them talking about this, saying it was a celebration of how influential of an engineer he was. And I don't know what to say about it. I could have sworn the original drummer for the Beatles, Pete Best, was dead too. And a couple of weeks ago, I found out he was still alive and giving concerts. So I was like, wait, what? I thought Pete Best was gone because I remember thinking about that, if anybody who might be able to say that if there was any weird shit going on with the Beatles in the early days, Pete Best would know, but he's dead, along with other.
Well, I mean, like Paul's been replaced. I mean, don't you think that Paul's been replaced?
There's a lot of evidence that looks like something weird happened there.
I don't
Can I
think that's a
prove that?
Mandela effect myself.
Can I prove that? 100%. No. But they're awfully weird about it for something not to be up. And we all know damned well that very famous people have stand-ins. Like that's
Yeah.
common knowledge, really. And the Beatles had it multiple times. As a matter of fact, there's one picture I've seen of a boat, and this is like towards the end of the mop top era. There were 3 people on that boat in plain shot who all look like Paul McCartney. And I'm like, and they doesn't look like anybody else. Looks like Paul McCartney from like, I think it was about 65. I might be off by a year, but in that general vicinity, Mop Top era. 3 Paul McCartneys on one boat. There's also a scene in the cartoon of the Yellow Submarine. There's a shot where they show 2 Pauls. And if the whole McCartney switch thing did happen, it would have happened already in that. So is that like another little thing to put out there? There's 2 Paul. There's 1 George, 1 John, and 1 Ringo in the shot, but there's 1 Paul towards the front of the camera, quote unquote, and then there's another Paul, looks just like the same character drawn, kind of in the background a little bit, standing out. And I'm like, why are there 2 Pauls there?
Right. Yeah, and I think it's a message. I think they know exactly what happened, and they just kind of put it out there. Like even the song "Strawberry Fields Forever." You know, if you play it backwards, it says we buried Paul. You know, so like, is that proof? Is that evidence? You know, when you look at like Stanley Kubrick, I love Stanley Kubrick is my favorite director, like by far. You know, I like 95% of his movies. Not all of them, but for the most part, I think that he's really innovative. I like his style, whatever. But like, you know, when you look at, for example, like his movie The Shining, right, like where he like, you know, Paul Widener or Jay Widener has done like a little bit of an expose of like kind of
Oh, big
decoding
time.
of this movie.
Yeah,
Yeah,
big time.
and then so like, is that proof that Stanley Kubrick was a director of the moon landing, etc.? Not
It's not
necessarily,
proof,
but
but
like,
there's a
is
lot of
there some
really
evidence?
weird shit in there. And here's the thing I do know about Stanley
Absolutely.
Kubrick is that he was, like I said earlier, shooting some scenes 60, 70 times. It's because he was so picky. He knew every fucking little thing that was in shot of that camera and where it should be. So if it was there,
Yes,
Stanley wanted it there. That's the thing you got to know
exactly.
about Kubrick. So if it was shot and that scene that passed his editing, because he was the one who's editing his films, if it was there, Stanley wanted it there. That's all I know
Exactly.
to say about this. So is there a message to that? I mean, none of these things are absolute proof of anything. It's all just like circumstantial stuff that makes you go, well, why would they do that if there wasn't something trying to be said about it? It's a little
Well,
too
that's
weird and coincidental.
That's the point, though. That's the point because, like, what we accept as quote unquote proof is going to be different from a person to person. And the thing is, like, you know, some things are kind of like leaning very strongly in that direction. And for some people, maybe like myself, where it's like, okay, this is enough information. It's enough, like a hint and, you know, tongue in cheek and, you know, clues to kind of give you the lowdown on, you know, if he was involved or not involved, and he wanted you to know this information. I mean, there's a lot of symbology just in that movie Shining alone, but like all of his movies, like, you know, he wanted you to see exactly what he wanted you to see. There's no mistake in it, in my
But
mind,
his
you know.
daughter, for instance, says during the filming of 2001: A Space Odyssey, which was 64 to 68, she was with them because she had a lot of childhood illnesses, and her father actually had paranoia that she was going to die because she could have, like she was having, I think it was like breathing issues. I forget exactly, but anyway, she said I was with him all the time. He didn't have time to go film the moon landings, like to do that. Now that doesn't disprove that all the pictures that have been shown where he's with NASA people, but that just means that he's the top filmmaker in the world and he has access to what he wants because he's got the money and influence to do it. It doesn't prove anything, but that also doesn't mean that he didn't demonstrate techniques. It didn't have to be Stanley Kubrick doing it. If they used his techniques to demonstrate what Jay Widener showed, he could have just taught people how to do it. Like no one says they couldn't have flown to England to the studio they were shooting 2001 in. He showed, here's how you do proper front screen projection, which is what Jay
Yeah.
suggests it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess you know, like maybe there's a possibility because she wanted to protect her father, and
Well,
then, you
there's
know,
that
like
too.
you know, the whole idea of like you know, like what Jay Widener was talking about is that like the whole idea of The Shining, and that the black guy who was a psychic who came back to the hotel to meet up with Danny is kind of Stanley Kubrick saying that because he's sworn under secrecy about this kind of stuff, and he did reveal to his best friend that he was part of some big project, and that got out somehow, and then this is all rumors, I guess, but like they basically killed his best friend to send a message to him. So Kubrick had to like live with this responsibility that he might have killed his best friend by revealing some secrets to him, allegedly. You know.
Well, Eyes Wide Shut is certainly not it's certainly not a film about going to the circus, that's for sure.
Well,
And
yeah,
eating cotton candy. I mean, like
but
what
that's
they
another
show in
thing.
there, no one had ever shown before that I know of.
Well, I mean, he died like soon after that movie was finished, and
He
a
died
lot
and
of
was
it has
re-edited
been edited
supposedly.
out.
Yep,
Yeah,
supposedly
so
supposedly he died before the final edit was done, and he had in his contract, as far as I understood it, that he had final say over his editing because he was Stanley Kubrick. As a lot, like it's kind of like George
right,
Lucas. I do whatever I damn well please because I'm George Lucas, kind of a thing.
yeah. So that's highly suspicious, and
It
like
is.
anybody who goes into this type of research about like Pizzagate or whatever else, Epstein type of stuff, either you are aware that such stuff is going on or you're not, and do you believe that such things are happening, underground, China Lake, Montauk Project, stuff like this, or is it just an over exaggeration of some imaginative mind? I guess it's up to the audience to decide for what they think it's happening. I tend to believe that there's some nefarious stuff happening in this world and highly organized as well.
Yeah. Oh no, I absolutely accept that. Even a lot of stuff I can't prove, I lean heavily towards, well, they're probably doing that because there are things that are proven, like very simple things like the Gulf of Tonkin. Well, that's a declassified document now. That event didn't happen. They lied, said it did the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, and then had boots on the ground in Vietnam because that's what they
Right.
wanted. So they just bullshitted their way through it because at the time, it's not like today where, like I said, some schmuck has got a 4K camera in their pocket and they're going to whip it
Well,
out and
even
film an
recently
event.
though, like with the whole Iraq thing and the weapons of mass destruction, I mean that's like
They
very
made
recent.
jokes
I mean, the
about
Gulf of
that.
Tonkin.
They're laughing at us. Bush is laughing at us. He's like, oh, those weapons must be here somewhere. But they know what they're doing and they're laughing at us because he's a prick.
Yeah, but not just him, because it was like Colin Powell who was like the main one who pushed that. Oh yes, we saw these trucks parked over there, and we're for sure that these are going to be the weapons of mass destruction. And then George Bush comes out and he's like, "Well, we couldn't find the weapons of WMD over here. We looked over there," and it's like a big joke, And
That's
then
what
he's
I'm
joking
saying.
about
They're laughing at us.
9/11. And he's like, "Oh, when I first saw that, I saw what a terrible pilots they were and stuff like this." It's like
You
it's
didn't see that.
horrible, like
It
what?
wasn't on the
Yeah,
news. You didn't see the first plane hit. Nobody saw the first
no,
plane hit.
he could
Not
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 have.
you.
No, he could
No.
not possibly have. Exactly.
So yeah, well,
All
this is what
right.
I'm saying.
Well, all I want to say is keep an open mind on your end, Jason, that the possibility that the reality could be shifting, and I'll keep an open mind and say that I could be wrong, and then this could be a massive psychological operation, and I could have a massive cognitive dissonance, and my memory is not as good as, or maybe there's a possibility of injected memory though too. Some people believe that's a possibility that the government has the capability of like actually implanting memories into you, right? And then you thinking that you have those memories when in fact you do not. So I don't know. Maybe it's some kind of total recall type of thing.
Nothing would surprise me at this point, especially since they have a lot of wireless technology that a lot of people just don't understand. But here's the thing. I guess we can finish off on this. We've done a lot of looking into a guy named Edward Bernays. I'm going to guess you know what I'm talking about. He figured
Yes,
out
yes.
to really boil it down to a simple concept. He figured out that if you tie an emotion to whatever it is that you're trying to sell, whether it's a concept or a brand of cigarettes, whatever it is, if you are able to tie it to an emotion to your target audience, that's how you sell it and have a much greater chance of selling whatever it is you're trying to sell. And a lot of this stuff I noticed that people get this is why I always say be objective. don't get so emotionally wrapped up in this stuff, because once you're emotional, you're no longer looking at things from an objective point of view. Now you're looking at it in something that you feel like you have a stake in. And that could be anything. That could be your religious viewpoints. That could be the flat earth model. That could be, I mean, the Mandela. It could be Tartary, like all these things. And I see people getting very emotional about this stuff. I don't ever do that. Like when Crow and I talk about this stuff, when I write these shows, this is what and I've said this a zillion times. This is what I found. I don't know if it's accurate. This is what I could find and try to cross-reference. That doesn't mean that it's right. This means this is what I could find after digging. And this is what I am presenting. I don't have a stake in the game because I wasn't there for these events. I don't know. This is just what I could find to present for the topic. And if you apply that to all of these things, don't be so emotionally involved and get all charged up about it, so that you could be manipulated then, because you have an emotion in the game. And Edward Bernays proved that through his decades and decades of extremely successful campaigns. And I learned that because I used to get fired up about stuff too. And then I learned how to pull back. I was like, all right, Eddie, I'm going to take a page out of your book and understand a little bit about human psychology. And that's what he did. He took the concepts that his uncle Sigmund Freud, he was doing great work figuring out how a lot of things work. I mean, one of the big ones is sex sells. Why? Because it hits a very base human instinct, reproduction. We're all wired for it, all of us, and they know how to use that against us. So just keep in mind, the more emotionally involved you are with something, the easier you are to manipulate.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely objective, and that but like do the best that we can to be as objective, and don't get too emotionally attached to whatever. So I agree with you. Don't get too entangled with all this. If it's the truth, if it is the truth, then it will stand on its own. You don't need to get all riled up about it. It will be true, and it will defend itself. So I agree. Yeah. All right. Well, Jason, I really appreciate your time again, and I'm glad that we did broach this topic of the Mandela effect, and we know where we are with all that, and we can agree to disagree, and that's fine. So, any final thoughts?
Well, I don't have an exact opinion on it. So I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm saying some things look really weird that I don't have a very adequate explanation for. And it's just like I am
Okay.
with
Okay.
so many other things. I'm not convinced one way or
Yeah,
the
you're
other.
agnostic.
But I see
You're agnostic
things
about it.
that
Yeah.
have a big question mark on them where I'm going, hey, something looks weird here. And that's how I am with
Okay.
so many of these topics.
That's fair. That is definitely fair, and I do appreciate that. And yeah, and you could be right. I mean, we have to not, you know, disregard the possibility that there's a government psyop in regards to this. So I think that's definitely something to consider. So yeah, so we'll leave it at that. All right, Jason. I think that's about it for today, and I hope to catch up with you again at some point. And a great conversation today. And so, thank you so much for being here. And yeah, well, let me share this video with everybody. Any? Oh, not this one. This is not the one. That's us. Uh, let's see here. Yes, this one. Okay, Jason. Take care, and then I'm gonna play this outro, and I will talk to you again soon.
All right, my friend. I enjoyed spending time with you. Take care.
All right.
Bye. Gonna say you're sorry on and on and on. by day. Wanna believe in heaven, read the signs, but not what they say. Mind of mine, I don't believe in demons, but what I saw the eyes cannot say. I ask for a little light from heaven, where you, my angel today. Manifest inside of me, my angel. The universe will speak, manifest inside me, my angel. For all to see. I might believe in heaven, assign the times and ask you to stay. That's the living story. Take my hand and let's fly away. Manifest, yes, I'm me, my angel. The universe will speak, manifest, yes, I'm me, my angel. For all to see. Manifest inside me, my angel. The universe will speak, manifest inside me, my angel. For all to see, manifest inside me, my angel. The universe will speak, manifest inside me, my angel. For all to see. Bye.